Well, welcome everybody, and please take your seats. It's just about time to start. Hey, good to see you. Well, good afternoon and welcome. You know, it's really great it's a great day in Iowa, really, for almost a winter day, but it's always a good day to be in Iowa, though. And it's good to see such a good turnout here, and thank you for taking your time to be here and be part of this discussion, part of this forum. So my name's Ray Gasser, farmer from Corning, Iowa. Farm with our family. Our son Chris is here in the back. He farms with Elaine and I, and his wife Shannon farms with us too. Our daughter Jennifer actually farms a little bit with our son Chris, and she teaches high school vocal at Pella High School. So anyway, you know, it is about family, and like most farmers, we care. And we want to do the best job that we can, caring for our families, caring for our farms, and caring for our communities. And in the end, it's about feeding people. So how many times recently have you said, you know, I've never seen weather like this before? I know I've said it a lot, you know, and farmers are directly impacted, and we're on the front lines. But everyone talks about the weather, and nobody does anything about it. That's the saying. The forum here is about doing something about it. We can adapt. And as we adapt, we protect our soil, we sequester nutrients, we build soil health, we clean our water, and we also become more resilient to the impacts of weather extremes. So, you know, it's really about Iowa Smart Agriculture. And we have a small group that helped us begin this process during the summer and early fall. And I'd like for all of you to stand up and share with everyone who all's been involved in helping get this forum together. So please stand up. There's a bunch of them. There's 18 or 20, I think, you know. So thanks for doing this, and thanks for standing up. You know, so the Solutions from the Land is our group that helped put this together, and we're partnering with the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences at Iowa State University, and we've teamed up to be the sponsor of Iowa Smart Agriculture. And I'd really like to recognize a couple of people from Solutions from the Land. And Ernie and Fred, would you stand up? Ernie's our executive director, and Fred's our chairman, wherever Fred is. He's not here yet. He's from Ohio. He's a little late, evidently. But anyway, we started Iowa Smart Agriculture as a self-directed initiative led by agricultural thought leaders and industry partners. And we're exploring and assessing the impacts that extreme weather events and changing climatic conditions are having and are expected to have on our state's #1 industry, which is agriculture. Our objectives are to inspire a broader discussion of climate change, to educate ourselves on the impacts of climate change, to equip leaders and producers with the tools and knowledge to make informed decisions and manage new risks under changing conditions, and to mobilize thought leaders to advocate for practice adaptation, research, education, and enabling policies. We'll be sharing all these objectives throughout the forum this afternoon. And it's about solutions from the land. Let's think about that. It's about solutions from the land. And it's about investing in our future. And it's about our next generations in Iowa. And I believe that you're here because you want to make a difference. And I believe that we want to hear from you on your ideas, along with your ability to listen to what our scientists are saying, what our farmers panelists are saying about the impacts of weather and the potential that's going on. So with that, I'd like to introduce Dr. Daniel Robertson. He's Dean of the College of Agriculture and Life Sciences at Iowa State University. And take it away, Dan. Thank you.
Thanks, Ray, very much. Welcome all. Really excited to have you here today. This is an important conversation we're about to begin. Somebody famous once said that this is not the beginning of the end or the end of the beginning. This is the end of the beginning, right? And so we are just beginning this conversation. You're all here because you know that what we do in agriculture, how we treat our landscapes, has everything to do with what the future holds for us, our children, and well beyond that. So the term sustainability captures a lot of that. Not everybody likes that term. That's okay. Some people talk about regenerative agriculture. That's okay too. Some about conservation practices. And let's have this be a big tent. I want to say at the outset that climate change, climate smart agriculture, Iowa smart agriculture, conservation, and those kinds of things, these are not political words. And we needn't think about them in political terms. Let's think about them in the terms of science and technology and how we can move forward. I'm just closing in on 1 year here in Iowa. I'm still in my freshman year as Dean of the College of Ag and Life Sciences. And it's been a great year. I've learned a lot about the state of Iowa, its people, its practices, and its industries. And one thing that's impressed me thoroughly everywhere I've been, for all the months I've been here now, is how people are all working and pulling in the same direction to do the right thing with respect to agriculture and natural resources. Not everybody agrees all the time on what the right thing is and how fast to move towards it, but people are pulling in the same direction. Today's conversation is about doing that and doing more and recognizing that we're at an inflection point where we really have to up our game, and I hope we'll all be joining together to do that. I just want to start out today by having come to the podium a number of people representing some of our senior elected officials to bring greetings from those folks. And when I call your name and who you represent, please come forward and offer the greetings you might have brought with you. So representing the Honorable Governor Kim Reynolds is Paul Trombino, the Chief Operating Officer for the Governor's Office. Please.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to join all of you today and speak on behalf of Governor Kim Reynolds. She sends her regrets for not being able to attend today. As I'm sure many of you have heard the governor say before, agriculture is the lifeblood of Iowa. From farmers working their fertile fields to the businesses, large and small, that add value to those crops. From biofuel producers to the long list of industries that support farming and agribusinesses. Iowa's past, present, and future relies on a thriving agricultural economy. That's why the issues you are discussing today are so critically important. All across Iowa this year, we have seen the devastation of weather events and how that impacts the livelihood of Iowans. On both the Missouri and the Mississippi River sides of the state, we saw extensive flooding from which it will take communities years to recover. Though, make no mistake, the resiliency of Iowans impacted is strong, and we will recover better. In 2019, Governor issued flooding disaster proclamations from March 14th through May 23rd, on June 10th, July 11th, August 8th, and September 6th through the 18th. I call that an unprecedented sequence. The governor requested and received a presidential major disaster declaration on March 16th. We got that in a record 48 hours. The governor created and funded the Iowa Flood Recovery Fund with an initial $15 million with strong support from the Iowa legislature. She issued an executive order creating the governor's Flood Recovery Advisory Board on April 15th. She issued a harvest proclamation on September 30th. And in November, she requested assistance from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, due to the propane shortages in the state as a result of the late and wet harvest. And as of today, due to flooding this year, we still have thousands of acres of cropland underwater that were never planted. The governor has committed to taking a new approach to flooding. She has organized a collaborative partnership with the governors of the states of Nebraska, Missouri, and Kansas. The governors have pledged their support to cooperate on solutions to protect the Missouri River and the people and communities who rely on it. This partnership has led to shared actions to mitigate impacts, advocate collectively to guide the federal government's management of the river, and develop flood infrastructure and conveyance in a coordinated manner. We are looking at the Army Corps levee system and their maintenance practices, of which, by the way, there are none because the Army Corps does not maintain or perform any maintenance activities on the Missouri River. And we're partnering with local levee boards and reviewing their roles. And for the first time, creating a comprehensive flood control asset management plan using a shared GIS platform. Make no mistake, this partnership has diverse views, but together we are focused on enabling best practices, collecting better data, and an example of this that I wanted to share was the Army Corps' flow frequency data on the Missouri River. The data that they use is missing about 25 years of the most recent data. That's how they manage the river today. So yes, there can be a better collection of data so that we can understand what the implications are for agriculture and the surrounding communities, and delivering results for communities, farmers, and businesses. Iowans understand the importance of protecting our land and water. Conservation and stewardship are not buzzwords in Iowa, they are our way of life. From building the modern renewable fuels industry to harnessing the power of wind blowing across our fields, Iowans' commitment to protecting the environment has shown itself repeatedly through a cooperative spirit of innovation. The Iowa Smart Agricultural Initiative is bringing together agricultural, business, academic, government, and conservation leaders to find ways to keep Iowa agriculture profitable in the future despite weather challenges that we seem to see more often. We are confident together we can find the innovation and ideas needed to protect our place as the nation's leader in agriculture for generations to come. So finally, I sincerely hope you find today's discussion to be productive. And on behalf of Governor Reynolds, thank you so much for being part of today's forum. Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Paul. Next, please, Carol Olson, who's the State Director for the Honorable Senator Chuck Grassley. Carol. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Ray. Welcome to Iowa, Dean Robison. Thank you very much for your comments, Paul. And thank you to all of you for being here. I'm Carol Olson, Senator Grassley's State Director, and the Senator is regretful that he is unable to be here. As many of you know, Senator Grassley is an active farmer himself. Perhaps many of you have been watching his Corn Watch with his weekly updates, as well as he added this year the Soybean Watch. So he lives and breathes everything that we are discussing here today. He bears the proud distinction of being well known in the Senate as being the Senate's strong and passionate voice for agriculture. His focus on agriculture is also reflected on his staff, as almost all of us, including those in Washington, D.C., are indeed from Iowa. Many of you know Stephanie Carlson, the Senator's farm policy expert, who is a graduate of Iowa State, as am myself as well. Even though I live in the middle of Des Moines, I assure you that agricultural is always top of my mind. The Senator Grassley recognizes and appreciates and indeed advocates that the role of agriculture is, yes, to feed, clothe, and fuel the world, but also to ensure that the food is safe to consume, and also to be a steward of our land and water for the generations to come. That's why Senator Grassley trusts that farmers know more and have more sense about how to take care of their land than some bureaucrat in Washington, D.C., or some politician from New York City. Farmers are proactive to prevent soil erosion and minimize pollution. Increasingly, we've seen farmers readily adopt the use of cover crops to prevent nutrient runoff and sequester carbon in the soil. The senator advocates that Congress should provide incentives for conservation practices, but otherwise stay out of their way. He was very glad to see that the recently passed Farm Bill invests more in conservation programs than we have ever seen before. Senator Grassley, along with Senator Ernst, last year introduced the GROW Act, which focuses on conservation spending in marginal cropland while protecting rural economies and ensuring greater farmland access to beginning farmers. The senator believes that conservation of America's natural resources is critical for successful farming operations, increased agricultural productivity, and quality food and energy production. Healthier farmland equals a healthier America and a healthier economy. We need to make sure that we spend our conservation dollars in the most efficient ways to maximize the goals of programs like the CRP, while we strive to minimize distortions in land markets when prime farmland should become ineligible for CRP. Today's farmers may go down in history as the first group to leave the land in better shape than the generations before. Senator Grassley has championed the development, production, and use of biofuels as a winning public policy for public health, a clean environment, economic prosperity in rural America, and U.S. energy independence. Discussions like what we're having today are an important step in advancing responsible strategies and sharing cutting-edge information in agricultural practices and policies. Thank you for the opportunity to come here and greet you on behalf of Senator Grassley, and I'm looking forward to this afternoon's presentations.
Careful on the way down. Thank you very much. Next, please, Dustin Vanderhoff, Special Assistant in Agriculture to the Honorable Senator Joni Ernst.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a letter from the Senator that I'll read on her behalf. So, dear Iowa agriculture leaders and partners, while I regret I cannot be with you in person, I'm pleased to have the chance to share a few words for today's important discussion relating to our state's agricultural communities and how the latest policy debates in Washington could have an impact here in Iowa. I'm extraordinarily honored to serve on your behalf in the United States Senate. As someone who grew up on a farm myself, I know that our farmers, perhaps more than anyone else, care deeply about protecting our environment and natural resources. After all, our agricultural communities depend on the long-term sustainability of our environment. We need to have clean water and clean air, and to pursue it in ways that are incentive-based. As you might be aware, at the end of last year, Congress passed the 2018 Farm Bill, a 5-year reauthorization measure for our farming communities and programs. This comprehensive legislation will not only provide much-needed certainty in agricultural policy for the next half-decade, but it includes key provisions to strengthen conservation programs across our nation. Specifically, it was my pleasure to work. I was pleased that major portions of my Give Our Resources the Opportunity to Grow Act were inserted in the final bill. This legislation refocuses conservation spending on marginal cropland to benefit soil health, water quality, and wildlife habitat, while protecting rural economies and ensuring greater farmland access for beginning farmers. The 2018 Farm Bill also included language from my bipartisan Regional Conservation Partnership Program Improvement Act, which will strengthen the RCPP program and incentivize rural and urban partnerships for conservation. In addition, over the last few years, incentives and community engagement have helped Iowa become one of the nation's leaders in developing and utilizing dependable wind energy, creating thousands of good-paying jobs in our state. Communities around the country look to no further than Iowa to see the blueprint for bringing more clean energy online. As some of you may know, I have the privilege of serving on 5 different committees in the U.S. Senate, including 2 extremely important bodies that pertain specifically to some of the central policies that will likely be discussed today. The Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry, and the Committee on Environment and Public Works. Through these 2 committees in particular, Iowa's farming and manufacturing communities have a direct seat at the table when it comes to these sustainability issues. Again, while I regret I cannot join you all in person, I am pleased to have the opportunity to say a few words and have a representative of my agricultural staff here for today's discussion. Please know I'll continue to fight tooth and nail for Iowa's agriculture and production communities in the U.S. Senate. Sincerely, Joni Ernst. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Katie Patchett is District Director for the Honorable Representative Cindy Axne. Katie, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Des Moines. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Katie. I am the Congresswoman's District Director based here in Des Moines, but do cover all 16 of her counties down to Council Bluffs. So honored to be here with you all today. The Congresswoman is very proud to be Iowa's voice on the House Agriculture Committee. It was one of the appointments that she was very pleased to get. And since then has been telling folks, not only in Washington, but around the district that, compared to states like California where, there's 10 times as many reps, which is an exaggeration, but as there are in Iowa, she has to be the voice of 10 representatives for Iowa out there, and that is a duty that she is fulfilling day to day, making sure that people understand what Iowa has to offer in terms of agriculture and innovation, understands the minds that we have here that are powering innovations in agriculture, and really understanding what the people on the front line of agriculture are facing day to day. She comes from farm families, actually down in Warren County, and so it's near and dear to her heart. It's been a really interesting year, not only for her first year in office, but also for agriculture in general, which I know everyone in this room knows. As Paul mentioned, everything going on with flooding and the inclement weather, everything going on with trade, potential threat of disease. We hear about this everywhere we go across the district every single month. And the resiliency of the ag community that we have, not only in the 3rd District in Iowa, but across the entire state, is really inspiring, empowering her to move forward every day. She travels all 16 counties in her district every month, and so she's visited fairs, farmers markets, hobby orchards, all the way to family farms, ag tech companies, seed companies, major manufacturers, and ag employers across the district. And there really are so many proud Iowans and families powering this critical industry forward and keeping our rural communities strong, providing quality jobs across the district. She's always someone who has believed that you can be pro-business and pro-consumer at the same time, and very similarly, that you can be pro-agriculture and still protect the environment. I've heard her say on plenty of occasions that farmers are our best conservationists. So definitely interested in the conversation today. She will tell you, first and foremost, that the best and brightest are here in Iowa, especially when it comes to agriculture, that we have the best minds and the will to innovate in this industry and to remain a global leader in feeding, fueling, and clothing the world while caring for our land, and that's one of the most important assets that we have. So very eager for the conversation today. Grateful to be here on behalf of the Congresswoman, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much. It's really significant that we have representatives from our senior elected officials with us here today. It's important because we're all in this together. I'm going to seat our panel now, so I'll introduce each of them, and when I do so, please come up and take your seat at the table and put your little name tent up if you would, and then I'll make a few remarks myself before we begin on the panel. So the first person to introduce is Dr. Cynthia Rosenzweig. Would you please come forward? Cynthia is a senior research scientist at the NASA Goddard Institute for Space Studies and an adjunct senior research scientist at the Columbia University Earth Institute Center for Climate Systems Research. That's a lot of words. She is also a professor in the Department of Environmental Science at Barnard College. At NASA's GISS, she heads the Climate Impacts Group, whose mission is to investigate the interactions of climate, both variability and change, on systems and sectors important to human well-being. She is the co-founder and member of the executive committee of the Agricultural Model Intercomparison and Improvement Project, a globally integrated transdisciplinary study of climate impacts on the agricultural sector at national and global scales. She's done so much more, and she's here with us to share her thoughts today. Please welcome Cynthia. Yes, please. Dr. Dennis Toddy is here. Please come forward. Dennis is the director of the USDA Midwest Climate Hub in Ames. He is a native Iowan with his bachelor's and PhD from Iowa State in meteorology and agricultural meteorology. He has spent 2 stints in South Dakota, first completing his master's degree at the South Dakota School of Mines and Technology, and most recently as Associate Professor and State Climatologist for South Dakota at South Dakota State University. He is well known regionally as a speaker and media source on various climate issues and is the former president of the American Association of State Climatologists. Let's welcome Dr. Toddy. Next up, Dr. Mike Castellano. Mike, please come forward. Mike is a soil science professor with Iowa State University. His research focuses on the biogeochemical cycling and transport within the soil as it extends to the atmosphere and the subsoil. His group's ultimate objective is to maximize sustainable productivity of agricultural systems, with particular interest in nitrogen. Nitrogen frequently limits production and is easily lost in our agricultural systems. His work is on minimizing nitrogen limitation in agricultural systems, among the most important global research priorities in the 21st century. To reach these goals, Mike and his team use agronomic, ecological, biogeochemical principles to advance our basic understanding of elemental cycling and improve ecosystem management. Our fourth panelist is Dr. Rick Cruz. Rick, please come forward. Rick Cruz is a professor in the agronomy department at Iowa State University and director of the Iowa Water Center, where he has research, teaching, administration, and extension responsibilities. He served as president for the National Institutes for Water Resources from 2015 to 2016. His program involves field and modeling research in soil erosion, soil management, and soil properties, while he maintains cooperative research projects with the Northeast Institute of Geography and Agroecology at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. These cooperative projects address the soil erosion and soil management effects on soil properties. He also teaches advanced soil management in the Iowa State University Agronomy Graduate Program, meets with diverse audiences to address soil management, soil erosion, and water quality issues, and administers the Iowa Water Center, one of the nation's water resources research institutes. Please welcome Dr. Cruz. And finally, recently on NBC Today's show, Dr. Emily Heaton. Please welcome Emily. Emily is the Assistant Professor of Agronomy with Iowa State University. The Biomass Crop Production and Physiology Lab by Dr. Emily Heaton aims to understand the growth and productivity of dedicated biomass crops in the Midwest and how they can be managed to provide multiple ecosystem services. Emily's lab specifically seeks to elucidate the reciprocal impact of the environment on key physiological processes like photosynthesis, biomass accumulation, water use, and nutrient cycling. Typical activities focus on the plant and field plot scale, with inferences at the watershed and ecosystem scale. Through collaboration, data is used to explain observed phenomena and predict future behavior, with the ultimate goal of providing useful information to policy and the public about the role of biomass crops in the Midwestern USA. So these are our panelists, and we're thrilled to have them. I'll make a few introductory remarks, and then I'll turn over to the panelists, the podium, and we'll go in the order that they appear on the agenda for them to make their presentations, at the end of which I'll start off with a question or two and then call for the audience to ask questions. If one of the individual panelists doesn't mind, you can call out a question midstream, but we do want to stay on track with respect to our agenda. Those are the ground rules, okay? Any questions there? Okay, let me just make a few introductory comments. First of what we're doing here today, I wish we were the first to do it, but we're not. This same work with Solutions from the Land on climate-smart agriculture is happening in other places, Florida, Ohio, North Carolina. Recently, I was on the phone with the Dean of the College of Ag and Life Sciences in Florida, Dr. Jack Payne, and they have been pushing forward on this same kind of conversation with really very, very helpful results. And so we are following a little bit, but we're about to take the lead, as Iowa does in agriculture. Iowa Smart must be climate smart agriculture, and I would ask you the question, why not? Why wouldn't we want to be smart about our climate and how we put it to work for us on our landscapes? Let's agree again, as I said earlier, that climate smart and Iowa smart agriculture are not political statements. Your university, Iowa State University, is a university of science and technology, and we are deeply engaged and leading in this kind of thought and the research and extension and teaching that captures the ideas we'll be talking about today. And so as dean of that college, representing the university, we are thrilled to be part of this conversation. We have people working on what you might call the carbon economy, on the plant, soil, and air interactions, on the water and water quality economy, on the energy economy, and finally, and for certain, on the production economy, which includes profitability. None of this happens if the people who manage the landscape can't be profitable and sustainable. Let's figure this out together and commit ourselves to pulling in the same direction. I would observe that no farmer that I have met here in Iowa, or frankly anywhere else around the world, wants to leave their soils and their landscape in poorer condition for the next generation. It is a fundamental desire of anybody who cares about the things that occur in the landscape to want to leave it in better condition for the next generation. And as was mentioned earlier already today, this may be the first generation to actually do so. So we should congratulate ourselves on that, but also look forward to doing even more. There is a new normal out there. Climate seems to be changing for certain. Weather is certainly more variable, there's no question. And so the new normal is, how do we cope with the changes that are upon us? They've already arrived, and we've got to figure out what to do going forward, not just to manage the sustainability of individual farms, but the sustainability of our nation to produce the goods and services that we want from our landscapes, and how we're going to pass this on to the next generations. Even if we weren't in a time when climate change was causing us to stop and think and begin to do things differently, the kinds of techniques and practices we're talking about today would be the right thing to do anyway. Right? The Conservation Reserve Program dates back to the early mid-1980s. It was a good idea then, even without concern about climate change, and it's a good idea now. In fact, if the Conservation Reserve Program or other similar programs were prepared and presented today, they might very well be cast in the light of how we cope with the new carbon economy, how we cope with climate change, how we cope with water quality issues in new ways that weren't on the radar back in the early 1980s. And so what we do on the landscape matters. It matters greatly, and it's the right thing to do. We should do it no matter what the circumstance is. I feel this is the right time for this conversation. There's been, if you will, a mainstreaming of this conversation. A few weeks ago, many of us were here in Des Moines at the World Foods Prize meetings. There was a whole panel on climate change and climate-smart agriculture. The executive at Corteva talked about it. People from USDA talked about it. People from industry and private farmers have talked about it. This is here and this is now. Just this past week, on the 21st, Deputy Secretary of USDA Steve Censky reported that it's critical for U.S. agriculture to think about climate change and that we should implement climate-smart agricultural practices. That's coming directly from USDA, and I know it's coming from all of you as well. I remind you that change is not new to the agricultural sector. 100 years ago, there were no soybeans grown in Iowa. And look what we have now with soybeans. The people who thought about the Dust Bowl and the soil erosion during that time were talking about it and thinking about it before the crisis happened, and yet we waited for the crisis to happen for our nation to act with respect to soil erosion. We still have soil erosion concerns and problems. They are still significant. It takes a long time to grow soil and a short time for it to wash away. In 1972, when President Nixon signed the Clean Water Act and the Clean Air Act, some say he did so reluctantly, but nevertheless he did, was a time when our nation had not adequately responded to the needs for clean water and clean air. And so there was a regulatory approach taken to ensure that we would have better air and better water, and there is nobody who could suggest that the air and the water are not better today than they were in 1972 when the act was signed into law. We owe it to ourselves to dig deep and dig hard to do the things that are necessary so that we can push us forward to a more sustainable, more profitable, more productive future on our landscapes without being forced to do so by acts of law. Let's do that. Let's figure it out. And finally, farmers are among the most conservative folks there are, and they're the greatest risk takers as well. What kind of strategy is it to put seeds in the ground and hope it'll rain, or hope it won't rain, or hope it won't get too dry? That's a difficult strategy for anybody to follow, but farmers do it every year. And so I challenge us all to work hard to help the people who manage our landscapes to be able to do the right things. Much of the science and technology to get started is already with us. There's much more to develop and to understand. Our panelists today are going to address those topics, and then we'll take your questions, and looking forward to this conversation. So with that, we'll start with Dr. Rosenzweig, who will make a presentation, and then one by one, you folks will come up and get our conversation started. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dean Robison, and thank you to Ernie Shea. He and I work on the global Alliance for Climate Smart Agriculture together, and thank you to Solutions for the Land. I always love to come to Iowa because I am also an agronomist by training, and it's really great to come to the heartland where you all really are the leaders of the field. But my work is focused now on the global scale and how climate change will affect not only agriculture, but the food system globally. So what I'm going to do in my presentation is share the highlights from a recent a report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. That's the IPCC, that's the acronym. And in August, a special report from the IPCC was agreed by the governments of the world and the special report was on climate change and land. And I worked on the food security chapter with a group of authors from from agricultural regions and different aspects of the food system throughout the world. So the first major finding from the special report on climate change and land, the acronym for that is CIRCLE. And here's the circle of the food system. And probably for climate change and the work that's been done on climate change, probably over 95%, just a huge majority of the work has been focused on the production side of how climate change will affect production. But the perspective now and the focus now and the approach is now changing to be thinking much more broadly to the food system. How will climate change affect the inputs? How will it affect, of course, the production, still vitally important? How will it affect the supply chains? And finally, how will it affect the demand and the consumption side? And it's only when we take all of those aspects of the food system and think about that in relation to a changing climate, in regard to both reducing greenhouse gases and adapting to the climate changes that we've just been hearing about it, then we can actually develop integrated outcomes and policies to address it. And what are those outcomes for the whole food system? And they are, of course, health and well-being, food security, as well as the climate solutions. So why did the IPCC take this food system approach? Why is it going beyond agricultural production in thinking about climate change? And it's because agriculture and food is at the heart of so much of climate change. So on the left-hand side, you see that when you count up all the greenhouse gas emissions from the whole food system, not only just the production side, it is producing a very large proportion of total greenhouse gas emissions. And this is new work that came out in this report, 21 to 37%. This is huge, potentially a third of all emissions. So agriculture and food, the whole food system, is playing such a key role in the challenges and the causation side of climate change. And all of this is projected to increase, of course, driven by population increase and by income growth. Now, but we all know on the other side that climate change creates additional stresses, and it already is. It's not just in the future. It already is creating additional stresses through, for example, extreme events on food systems. And so as the climate warms globally, the risk of food system instability in the whole system, is rising and becomes very high. So you see that because of these two parts, both the greenhouse gas emissions and the resilience side, the adaptation side, you see the importance of developing integrated policies that operate across the whole food system. One of the things that the IPCC does is it's not just all in the future. climate change is no longer, in the beginning, when Jerry Hatfield and I started studying this together at the American Society of Agronomy, it was all projections into the future. What this is showing is that these are observed changes now in all parts of what are known as the four pillars of food security. The first is availability. This is the production side. So we know that climate change has had a negative impact on wheat and barley yields, for example, particularly in southern Europe, which has had very strong heat waves and water stress. There's also been clear effects of climate change on food price spikes. For example, the heat wave in Eastern Europe in 2010 and 2011. Now, it's not every single thing in that food price spike was caused by climate change. It's not like that. Multiple factors go into any one of these very complex events. But it is possible to tease out, and the IPCC scientists do tease out, that there is a role of the changing climate. What about in utilization? This is in, for example, the nutrient and the quality of food. Here on the bottom left, we have that reduced quality of apples. This is in Japan, where it's getting warmer without the vernalization on the apple crop is affecting the quality of the apples there. For example, this is a documented effect. And finally, stability, because food security is about provision of food and access to food and availability of food and utilization of food all through the year, all through the seasons, and all through year by year. And so we see, for example, the massive flooding in Pakistan in 2010 that led to huge loss of their food reserves. Now, the IPCC, that was the observed things that are happening now, but the IPCC makes the projections. So these are projections of AgMIP. It's a network of agricultural and food modelers from around the world that Jerry and I are founding members of. And AgMIP makes the projections of record. And this is showing for the 2080s what would happen with the higher temperatures. And this is basically for the greenhouse gas trajectory that we are on now. And we see the potential for negative effects globally, especially in the lower latitudes where the developing countries are. In the mid and high latitudes, more where we are located here in Iowa, there may be small benefits at moderate to medium temperature increase, but eventually, with higher temperatures, this map gets to be negative everywhere. There's also new work showing that high CO2 can affect the nutrient quality of grains, both in terms of the protein content and micronutrients. This is very new work that's coming out from looking at the detailed free air release experiments in the grains that were actually grown with high CO2. So there's the potential, again, this is new work coming out, that there may even be nutrient issues with the high CO2. Let's turn to the solution side and what the report said about solutions. So first, on the supply side of the food system, there are so many that you all here in Iowa have been taking the lead on. That have tremendous potential for reduction of greenhouse gases. This has to do with carbon sequestration, but on the livestock side, improve feed digestibility, use of feed additives, changes in land use, animal management, rangeland rehabilitation. All these are on the supply side that can do a great deal to contribute to reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from the food system. The report also, for the first time, brought forward the potential for demand-side mitigation. And this has to do with the consumption and dietary choices, potential for dietary change. This is really challenging because we know that, for example, livestock production is very high in greenhouse gases. And if the whole world, by the way, these are projections of if the whole world became vegan, which of course is highly unrealistic. But the potential for dietary change and choice is something that we need as a community of the food system to begin to think about and grapple with potential changes, even from the consumption side in the food system. Also, what came out in the report that was actually one of the big results was a focus on food loss and waste, because again, this is something across all those parts of the food system that we can all do better on, and because an estimated, again, we're 25 to 30%. It's astonishing. Of all food produced is lost or wasted. This contributes about 8 to 10% of all anthropogenic gases. It's very large. So this can be reducing food loss and waste in the parts of the food system that we work on can play an important role as well. Again, though, none of these statements can be just blanket, cookie cutter, different contexts in different countries and in different locations, different production systems, different farming systems have to be taken into account. So the IPCC is not making major statements that everybody has to do one thing or another. It's bringing forward the science behind these potential solutions. Here's the possible trade-off, and something you all are very well aware of. I think I have just one or two more slides. And this has to do with the potential trade-off between food security and bioenergy and carbon capture and storage. So what the report found was that some of the potential for bioenergy can increase demand for land conversion and can cause competition for food production. This can lead to adverse side effects for adaptation, desertification, land degradation, and food security. But the report also found that it can be done, and this is something I think that's being very much tested and explored here in Iowa, that bioenergy can be done sustainably. We have to work hard to make it happen. And we also have to be careful about how much land we're doing it on, so that we can have integrated into sustainably managed landscapes that there can be a real handshake between the climate change reduction in greenhouse gases from bioenergy and also the food production that we still have to, of course, make sure that we feed everybody. Coming just now to the final thought about this, something that I was mentioning before about the regional aspects. So this is a very complicated slide, which is looking at, for each region of the world, each country, the area, agricultural area, the production, the potential for trade, and the potential drivers for changes. And what do you see here? Every region is different. So not only I know what happens here is very important, but we also have to be very cognizant about what's happening in the other agricultural regions of the world, so that we are all developing a system that is right for the regional context, like right here in Iowa, but then as well fits in to the larger global solutions. This is the last slide to say about a final, I would say, major point that the report made, which is that the stability of food supply with climate change is expected to decrease, or to put it in the opposite, that the risks, climate risks in food supply and in the food system are increasing. And this is something that we all have to be, as we are creating the solutions, both for the mitigation side and on the resilience side, we have to be aware of this. And my task was to do the global perspective, but I just put one slide to lead into the other colleagues on the panel who are going to be sharing what's going on right here in Iowa, just with the example of the very, very wet year that you've had in the past, right now in this period. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm one of those, as an old extension person, if you want to shout out a question while I'm along the way, if you want to tell me I'm full of crap, go ahead. I'm good. And I also appreciate following Dr. Rosenzweig, giving the global perspective and saying that the issues are here now. So I didn't have to say it, but I'll reiterate it. The issues are here right now. They're not future issues. They're going on at this point. To follow on with the slide that she had, how many of you would agree with me that drought was an issue in Iowa this summer? It's not a joke. We had all. Wet, dry, wet in the same year. So it's not only an overall wetness issue, and we'll talk about that in a second. We've got both issues going on right now. So I am director of the USDA Midwest Climate Hub. We also have our coordinator, Charlene Felkley, with us. If you want to learn more about the Midwest Climate Hub, we've got some information we can pass on to you. Briefly, we are a part of USDA that deals with, we're not regulatory, we don't have money. Our job is to help do what we're doing here, help producers deal with and become productive and manage through a changing climate. We cover most of the Corn Belt in an 8-state region from the Midwest to Missouri over to Michigan and Ohio, and we expand because of the Corn Belt out of the plains a little bit, but work very closely with our partners. There are 10 total climate hubs. We work a lot through partnerships. We have relatively small staffs. We work with partnerships as far as we can to try to help folks deal with our changing climate issues. Okay. Number one, nothing I'm telling you that is something a surprise, but to reiterate and quantify, probably our biggest issue is water, excess water. This is a graphic from the National Climate Assessment, the last National Climate Assessment, that talks about what precipitation is doing over the last century, since the beginning of the 20th century, what is happening nationally over the year, and then also broken down by season, because that's an important point about this, is that you see lots of green, and the greenest areas on here are greater than 15% increases in precipitation over that time period. Rain makes grain, right? How many producers say rain makes grain this year? I see no hands. Okay, we've got one. We've got one. But that is part of our issue. The changing climate issues in the way of precipitation have changed the situation for some of our folks in the plains, but it has created some bigger issues for us, especially because we have some of our biggest issues in the spring and fall. Right when we do not need as much precipitation, getting more precipitation spring and fall, and that has created a number of set of issues for us. A set of issues related to soils, which I'm going to allow our soils colleagues to address as we go along. One little point here, you'll see the summer and fall precipitation. And fall is September, October, November. It looks like Iowa is not increasing in precipitation. Well, I'll show you a graphic here in just a second to kind of quantify that. Okay, let's look into those seasons a little bit more just for Iowa. This is a graphic showing average statewide precipitation for Iowa, March through May, climatological spring. Each one of those dots is a year, going from 1895 until the present. You can see very clearly a lot of variability, but what has happened is more precipitation, more of it coming in larger events, more of it coming during the spring, exactly when we don't want more precipitation. In fact, the number is only 6 times in the last 25 years have we had precipitation below the long-term average in the way of precipitation. So more frequently, we're having issues in the spring. Fall, not as much until recently, but is showing up the last few years particularly. Here's the graphic I showed you about the trend in fall was not showing up. Well, but it's showing recently, the last several years particularly, followed some dry falls, lots of precipitation, much more precipitation in the fall. That, again, bringing a lot of issues related to nutrients, soil loss. I'll allow my soils colleagues to address that. Are we getting warmer? Yes, we are getting warmer. But again, it takes a little bit of breaking out as to what the warming means for us. This is also from the last National Climate Assessment. The darkest red areas are greater than 1.5 degrees Fahrenheit increase in precipitation. There are places around the U.S. and the southeast that are actually cooling slightly. And but again, you have to break it down by region to see more of the details about it. Seasonality is another issue we're dealing with here. Much of our warming is occurring during the winter, the lower left-hand side. Much of our warming, we're seeing a lot of our warming during the wintertime. good and bad situations with that, okay? Saves us on some heating costs sometimes, but we start seeing more degradation of soils during the winter. You don't kill off as many insects. There's related to that. And then you see in the summer, well, okay, Toddy, what's going on? You've got some cooling going on in the summertime. Well, let's break that down a little bit more. We have to break it down into what's happening with high temperatures and low temperatures. So this is data for Iowa, again, statewide average temperatures. On the upper left-hand side, it's high temperatures. On the lower right-hand side, it's low temperatures. And this is May through August. We expanded our growing season just a little bit there. And to see what's happening. And there's a very clear difference in what's happening in the way of temperatures. We don't get as hot during the daytime as we used to. We don't have as many of those 100-degree days as we used to. Good and bad. We also have very warm nights, a lot more warm nights. So our daytime temperature range is scrunched. We have a lot more nights where we don't get below sometimes 70, 75 degrees. How many of you want 75-degree nights for your livestock, 80-degree nights for your livestock? Okay? That's a problem that we're running into. It's also an issue for our crop production, that we have more of these warm nights and warmer and fewer hot days. So, some other things that are happening because of this, our growing season is increasing in length. It's a bit of a problem on the front end because, you know, if we're past the last freeze, you still might not be able to get into the fields because of wet conditions, and it's highly variable. So for perennials, it is a problem sometimes with that front end of the growing season. And let's slide through these just a little bit. Data from surveys around the region. Lois, yes, I included this just for you, from the Useful to Usable and Corn Cap projects. These issues producers are identifying with. And this was several years ago. This wasn't recent. This is about 6 years ago that people are identifying with some of these issues. Also, increasing insect issues because of warmer winters and more life cycles per year, more insect issues. And then also, Dr. Rosenzweig had mentioned the issue with nutrient values. Part of our problems is weeds sometimes like CO2 more than the crops do. So we have more weed issues related to that. Looking ahead briefly, what is likely to happen? We are likely to get, oddly enough, getting wetter to a certain extent, but maybe more flashiness. We're getting wetter in the winter and spring and then drier during the summer. Exactly what we don't want in the way of our typical crop production here. And we are bound to get warmer. Exactly how warm is based on a number of different issues related to policies and some different things related to that. So what's that impact going to have on corn and soybeans? Our lab director, Dr. Jerry Hatfield, has done modeling related to this. Corn and soybeans are going to be continue to be more difficult to produce in the future. Okay, I will wrap here. And you get to figure out who from the hub is in each of this picture.
Great. Well, thanks everybody for coming. I really want to thank Ray and Ernie for getting this together. This is a real opportunity. And I really want to thank everybody, all the producers here in particular, who took a day off their operation to come and listen to a bunch of scientists say what we think the science has to say regarding crop production in the context of increasing environmental variability. So since I started at Iowa State, my spring and fall field research has become increasingly difficult, right? Time to plant, time to harvest, time to apply precision nitrogen fertilizer applications, it's all gone down dramatically. That's clear, right? And so I can only imagine the concern this creates for farmers whose livelihood relies on timely and efficient field work, right? This is a real important challenge, as Dennis pointed out. And so much of the science my group has done in this space has really been the result of working with innovative farmers in Iowa, walking around their fields with them, sharing concerns, and exchanging information as well. And I think it's critical that we link this science to the people and the operations on the ground if we expect the science to help in the long run, right? And so I'd like to ask everyone in the room, and Dennis kind of alluded to this when he first got up here, but especially the farmers, to look at our science critically and tell us what you think, what you need, and where we can improve. This is really important for our success. you'll hear from scientists with different views, of course, right? But I think one thing we can all agree on is that there's no single solution. Our solutions to address climate change are going to be varied. They're going to be different solutions for different places on the landscape and different times. So for example, in some areas, it's going to make sense to intensify corn production. In other areas, it's going to make sense to abandon corn production. And sorting these out in the particular strategies is really the future. So let me just start into the slides here. I have a few questions that I want to address. So how will we adapt to climate change? Cynthia and Dennis just talked about increasing precipitation and intensity. And so this impacts crop productivity both directly and indirectly, right? So too much water, the roots can't grow, the crop can't photosynthesize. Indirectly, farmers have fewer workable field days to get out there and manage the crop and also implement conservation practices, right? So when there's too much water, roots can't grow deep. The water drives, it physically moves the nitrate losses to our streams and rivers. And together, those reduce nitrogen fertilizer use efficiency, which we all know is a major challenge for Iowa crop production and environmental quality. So this increasing precip, like I mentioned, not only does it make the challenges for crop production more complex, but it also challenges many of the practices that we describe as solutions to climate change. Things like cover crops, precision nitrogen fertilizer management, no-till. These things become tougher and tougher as we see this increasing precipitation and climate variability in general. And I'd say this is likely the most immediate challenge we face. So in this context, I'd like you to think about soil health and organic matter. So what's a healthy soil? Regardless of the amount of nitrogen fertilizer input we give to a corn crop, I want you to take this away. Most of the nitrogen that corn takes up in any field in Iowa will be from the soil organic matter. Most of the direct nitrogen uptake for that crop will be from the soil organic matter. Microbes living in the soil, in fact, can produce hundreds of pounds per acre of nitrate and ammonium that we buy in fertilizer every year from that organic matter, right? So organic matter's the source of the nitrogen uptake for most of the nitrogen uptake for our crops. And high organic matter levels are good, undoubtedly, but only if the microbes can transform those nutrients into crop available forms, right? And microbes can't do their job if it's too wet. So a healthy soil's got to promote microbial transformation of nutrients to crop available nutrients. And for that, the soil's got to be well aerated. So we often hear soil organic matter, high levels of soil organic matter are an important strategy to mitigate and adapt to climate change. But I'd like to ask you, where in your fields is organic matter high? So, you know, you could look at this photo and think about that. Across a county, across a state, soil organic matter, yeah, it's positively associated with crop yield and stability. But how about within a field? Do you have those same relationships? You know, on this field, if we look here, the wettest places are clearly where the highest organic matter levels are. I guarantee it, right? But they're also not the places with the highest yields. And so we have to think about that as we think about healthy soils. We don't want high nutrient stocks. We want high nutrient cycling and high nutrient availability. And soil health indices have to address that distinction going forward as we think about what a healthy soil is in the context of climate change. So this impact of increasing precipitation and amount, you know, it's really going to challenge how we manage our soil. Managing wet soils, though, this isn't a new challenge for Iowans, right? And sometimes we have to go back and think about the challenges our grandparents and great-grandparents faced, right? And so I want to tell a story, one of my favorite stories of working with farmers in Iowa. So I was working with a great group of farmers in Iowa. I wanted to come down and share some results from our work that year with them. I gave them a call and I said, well, how about I come down in mid to late November? It was a good fall back then. You should be all wrapped up with harvest. And they said to me, Mike, you got to be kidding me. As soon as we harvest the crop, all we do is tile. That's our most effective time to tile. And I don't have any time then. And so that was really an incredibly important moment for me. And I learned that I had to learn a lot about tile drainage and crop production. in Iowa. And I think, one of the most important opportunities to adapt to increasing precipitation and intensity is to improve and manage our drainage systems in the state that were given to us generations ago. So many folks criticize agricultural drainage due to environmental concerns that are absolutely real, right? But drainage is required to produce anything on most Iowa soils. And our drainage systems were installed 100 years ago when cropping systems were more diverse and there were no water quality problems. I want to highlight that. So drainage is not incompatible with water quality, right? We know that just from looking at historical records. We can have both. Drainage is also going to be a key factor in how nutrient management responds to climate change. Moving on to our third question there. So drainage increases nitrate losses downstream, no doubt about that, but that can be managed. It also improves our ability to manage nutrients, and that's really going to be important as we think about the effects of increased precipitation amount and intensity on nutrient losses and crop production. Because precipitation and drainage are the two main factors right now that drive nutrient losses from our system and reduce nitrogen use efficiency. But again, drainage was installed more than 50 years before Iowa ever had any water quality problems. We can have them both. So I just want to show this slide real quick. This is an article from the New York Times in 1910. Iowans invested $307 million. Over 80% of that was farmers' own money to improve and make the drainage system that we have in our state. Today, that's over $10 billion. We're sitting on top of this amazing infrastructure here in the state, and we haven't been managing it for the last 100 years, by and large, right? It's certainly not in an organized, thorough enough way. And I think this is going to be a major opportunity to address climate change and address the balance between crop production and environmental quality in the state. And finally, drainage systems, they can be paired with these edge-of-field nutrient losses practices, such as wetlands that add diversity to the landscape. So it's not just improved crop production, treating the nutrients at the edge of the field, but we can also use these systems to add some diversity back into the landscape. So, while I focused on increasing precipitation amount and intensity, Dennis pointed out that drought is also important, right? How are we going to deal with drought? Or years when there's too much moisture in the spring but not enough in the summer, like many areas of Iowa this year. We're going to have to think about the long term. We're going to have to think about opportunities to improve drainage and provide irrigation, right? Generations ago, we made this enormous investment in agricultural infrastructure in the state. And to address climate change, we're going to have to invest in the infrastructure in the state again. And that might include drainage. It might include drainage coupled with irrigation. It might include more diversity on the landscape, as Emily will talk about here in a few minutes. It's going to be all of the above. But it's going to certainly require creativity, foresight, and a long-term, thorough plan from farmers, scientists, and policymakers together. And with that, I will pass it off to Rick here.
Like the others, I deeply appreciate this opportunity. I wish I could start with a smiley face. I guess there is one out there. That's not what we expected. Okay, so what's next? The crystal ball associated with soil erosion and water runoff is really pretty clear. Unfortunately, what we're seeing is that the challenges that we've experienced, while they're pretty major, are going to get worse. Water is incredibly powerful, especially when it moves. 40 inches of rain falling on 100 acres has the impact energy equivalent to 4 tons, not pounds, tons of TNT. Farmers are managing that impact energy. It's that impact energy that initiates the soil erosion process. Slides I'm going to show indicating quantification or our best quantification estimates of soil erosion. We're not pointing blame. We're not identifying blame. We're not pointing fingers. It's a tremendous challenge to manage the power that we have in today's falling rain. We have to work together if we're going to have a chance to solve. Okay, so when someone tells you that your erosion rate is 5 tons per acre per year, what does that mean? what happens to that soil? Well, in reality, if you're looking at the USDA approach, the NRI, or what we're going to use in the Daily Erosion Project, the Water Erosion Prediction Project, WEP, we're simply estimating the quantity of soil that moves down that hill slope past the head of the yellow arrow. Everything else is ignored. The techniques we're using now address sheet and rill erosion. Ephemeral gully erosion is ignored, and past that arrow, that yellow arrowhead is where we think flow concentration is sufficient, that we're dealing with concentrated flow and ephemeral processes. They're not included in the numbers that you'll see. So what do we do with the Daily Erosion Project? Because that's the basis of the rest of the talk. We use a process-based, an event-based model, WEP, to make estimates across the landscape, across the large domain. We're making estimates daily of soil erosion rates covering all of Iowa, most of Minnesota, parts of Nebraska, Kansas, Missouri. To handle that volume, we have to get our inputs from remote sensing. We have remote sensing from different locations that give us an estimate of the information that's needed for every hill slope that we're making an estimate on. In Iowa, we're making independent soil erosion estimates on over 220,000 random hill slopes in the state. We collect that information through the day. At 12 o'clock, we push the go button, and by 6 a.m., we have an estimate of soil erosion that we post on the website across the entire domain. More details later if you want. So what's it telling us? Well, the first thing, if we're going to address soil erosion, there are three fingerprints, so to speak, that we must understand. One is where it's occurring, when it's occurring, and how much. If we're going to design conservation practices, we have to know that information. That will help inform the criteria we use for those designs. He said, what you see here are 4 different years in which we've estimated soil erosion, the total for each year. We've taken the daily numbers and added them so that we get the total value. The color ramps are on the side, the color indications. The darker the color, the greater the erosion rate. The maximum that we see on there is somewhere around 40 tons per acre in a given year that has moved past the head of that yellow arrow. Are all years the same? 2012 is in the lower right, 2008 in the upper left. Absolutely, they're not the same. So it tells me that temporally, we don't have a consistent threat associated with the soil erosion process. But some years, it's really bad, or at least not as good. If you take the time period 2008 through 2016, the Daily Erosion Project estimates annually across the state, the average is 5.1 tons per acre. That's on those hill slopes that we've moved past the head of that yellow arrow. The USDA approach using Russell, the Natural Resources Inventory, NRI, estimates that during this time period, 5.8 tons per acre per year. They're slightly different, but they're in the same ballpark. 2 different approaches giving you approximately or similar answers gives you some confidence that what we're doing is approaching reasonability, approaching being reasonable. Hey, following the acts that I've followed, it's tough. It's tough. Okay. So this is not going to work. In theory, we were going to show the time lapse of soil erosion accumulation during a given year. It ain't going to work. Okay, so the question becomes, we've shown that there is a variability in erosion year to year. But to design a practice, you need to understand when during the year soil erosion is likely to occur. Some parts of the world, you get rainfall for 1 or 2 months and it stops. That's when you have to worry. How about Iowa? If you could see this, you would see that we have erosion significantly occurring, accumulating throughout the growing season. Tells me something about the type of practices that we have to design. So with the same project, we can remove certain data layers and move in other information. And one of the questions we've asked, if we were to place switchgrass on all hill slopes in the state of Iowa greater than 10%, what would our soil erosion rates be? If you reflect back on the previous set of slides where I had 4 states, was it uniform soil erosion across, excuse me, across the state every year? No, it wasn't. Where do we see concentrations of soil loss problems? Southwest Iowa is a biggie in the Luss Hill areas. Another one is in east central Iowa. So I've taken those 2 land management areas, Iowa major land management areas, taken their soil erosion rate for selected time period, 13 tons per acre per year. That's the baseline. That's what we estimate with the current cropping systems and real-time weather. If we would have grown switchgrass on hill slopes only greater than 10%, that erosion rate would have been dropped to 3. East central Iowa started at 5.6 switchgrass on hill slopes greater than 10%, dropped to 1.9. The tolerable soil erosion loss rate for most soils is what? How many tons per acre per year? 5. We've gone from more than double in western Iowa, that tolerable rate, to less than that for the average across that MLRA, simply by growing a perennial on the most steeply sloping lands. Okay, we're going to pass this slide, obviously. You know what a dancer feels like when the band doesn't play? I don't think that's going to work either, but we'll try. Nope, it's not. Putting switchgrass on more slopes gives you less soil erosion, but the biggest impact is on that 10%. Biggest impact. Treat that area that is most problematic. Okay, so let's assume that we're not going to put perennial somewhere. What would happen if we put no-till, if we use no-till practices on all row crops? Kind of an academic looking slide. We've asked the question, we started sequentially, if we put no-till on the most erosive Huck 12, that's a watershed about the size of a township, what would the statewide soil erosion rate be? And then we go to 2 Huck 12s, 2 watersheds, 3, until we're all the way through, until the bottom right-hand part of that slide is our soil erosion rate statewide if no-till was implemented on all row crop fields in Iowa. Our estimated statewide soil erosion rate is about 1/10 of what we're currently estimating with a daily erosion project and NRI, 0.5 ton per acre per year, which is approximating our soil development rate. It can be done. We've heard from Dennis, we've heard stories from Mike and others about the increased rainfall that's occurring in spring. What's happened to the time of our planting dates the past 2-3 years? Rain has caused us to delay. So the question was asked, what happens to the soil erosion rate or potential as we delay planting? Should it increase, decrease, or not make a difference? Hadn't really thought about that. Well, we did. Someone asked that question. On the left-hand side, you see potential planting dates. At the top is May 30, sorry. At the lowest side is April 10. Across to the opposite side, you see the associated estimated soil erosion rates associated with those different planting dates. When I saw this, intuitively, it didn't make much sense to me. I grew up on a farm in northeast Iowa. It just didn't make a lot of sense. We looked at it a little more. Crop canopy cover does the same thing as residue, same thing as perennials. It intercepts that rainfall energy, which greatly reduces soil loss rates. When we plant early, that canopy develops early. And it protects that soil surface from the impact of those raindrops. Now, in addition to the canopy cover, we have to consider the impact of residues. Prior to tillage and planting, residue is basically our coverage, our protective mechanism for soils. So there's a time when we're soil vulnerable. That is between the time we disturb the residue and when canopy closure occurs. The later we plant, the later in the season does that vulnerable period exist. Okay, so what's the big deal about that? If you plot, these are the rainfall records from Iowa. That blue line gives us a running average and the one we really want to look at. If you start in April, that line's relatively low, and that is the precipitation rate in terms of inches per hour. As the season progresses, our rainfall intensity increases. So when we open that vulnerable soil period between tillage and canopy cover, we're moving that vulnerable period into a time when our precipitation is creating greater problems. Timing does make a difference. So in closing, if we're going to address the kind of rainfall challenges that we see coming, that we're experiencing, we have to use a systems approach. We can't build a terrace big enough that's farmable to handle a 10 or 12-inch rain. The systems approach is going to be imperative. And I'll leave you with three thoughts, two of those from people much wiser than I. The top one is from a farmer in Northeast Iowa, Tom Franz, and he always tells me, he says, Mother Nature bats last. Have a game plan that's sensitive to this reality. A colleague of mine worked at Iowa State, went to Wisconsin. He says, biology is limited by extremes, not by averages. Farmers manage biology. Failure to plan accordingly is a recipe for failure. From information we've seen time and time again and becoming more important, conserving soil will increasingly rely on spatial, across the landscape, within fields, and temporal, with time in the season, management tools to allow us to keep soil and water in place. Thank you much. Emily, it's up to you.
Hi. I'm also have an extension appointment, so I expect to be yelled at as we go along. It's my pleasure to be able to come visit with you today, and I am the thing that separates you from a coffee break, so you better give me your attention or I will drone on forever. So it is my pleasure to be here representing not only myself, but Dr. Lisa Schulte-Moore, who is one of the founding PIs of the Prairie Strips Project that I'm going to talk about a little bit more today. And we want to leave you with this message of one of the most powerful tools that we think is in the Iowa toolbox for developing climate smart ag, and that's putting perennials on the landscape to reintroduce some of the diversity that we've heard some of my other colleagues talk about as important. So what do you see in this picture that I'm showing you? Just shout out. The faster you shout out, the faster we move on. So a stream, I heard a stream. A drainage ditch, okay, that's a slight, yeah, good. All right, so there's strips in here, that's right. So there's a, let's see if I can do this, does that? No, that doesn't work. So there's a strip of prairie in between these blocks of row crop. So this is a place that a farm family has decided to change the configuration of their landscape to add diversity, to make this farmscape more resilient, and I'll hopefully show you later on, more profitable and easier to farm by working around the tough areas. So my next question is for Dan. Thanks for setting this up, Dan. I know you can't see this slide, but does anyone else know what this picture is of? The Dust Bowl, yeah. So this is 1935 when Hugh Bennett, the first director of the Soil Conservation Service, timed a presentation to the Senate to coincide with the arrival of a dust storm, our soil, blowing into Washington, D.C. We're basically at the same point today. People just can't see it this dramatically on a camera. Now we show pictures of the Gulf of Mexico, right? But that doesn't show up in a senator's water glass during session. So I bring this up because I want to point out that we created solutions to this problem almost 100 years ago now by putting more roots in the ground, by putting more perennials on the landscape. And I think what I will leave you with, hopefully, is that perennials are essentially to agriculture what exercise is to human beings. It's free, you know how to do it, you know you should do it, and you know it will help solve almost every problem you have. But we don't do it all the time, right? Sometimes it's hard and takes consistent effort. We need some of the structural changes that Mike mentioned to help support our good habits, whether that's exercise or, in this case, the diversification of our landscape with perennials. And as Cynthia pointed out, strategically incorporating perennials into our annual croplands can help us in a lot of different ways. It can help us with farm profit. That's probably one of the first ways people are thinking about this right now. And that change to perennials also helps improve water quality. It can provide renewable energy, and then thereby helping our climate. So this is a picture of me being really mad multiple times during the last growing season when my farm fields got flooded, as Mike was talking about. It's tough to be an ag researcher, heaven forbid, be an ag producer. This is a photo of a prairie strips and a family that has put prairie strips into their landscape. So what I mean by a prairie strip is just that. It's a strip of prairie planted along a hill slope in a farm field. So Rick just described how doing something different on our steepest hill slopes, the ones with maybe a 10% grade, can really have a big impact on reducing erosion. And so this is a situation where this family has decided to put a strip of Iowa's original vegetation, the prairie, what made our soils great, back into their farm field. And now as the water flows down that landscape, it gets stuck basically in the prairie. You know, prairie has thick stems. When water flows through the prairie, it slows down and it drops everything that's in it. So it drops the soil that's in it, it drops the nutrients that are with that soil, and then the roots that are in the ground in that prairie strip have made little holes that help with the drainage of that water into the farm field, thereby keeping both the water and the nutrients in the farm field. And it's kind of pretty, right? Bugs like it, people like it, everything likes it. And for this reason, prairie strips has become increasingly popular in Iowa, where it started, but now spreading widely throughout the Midwest. And this is for very good reason. So here are some of the highlights that were published by Lisa and her colleagues in the Proceedings of National Academy of Sciences a couple years ago that I'm just going to run through. Because what we talked about at the beginning was using our farm dollars, our CRP dollars, most efficiently. Here we're talking about using 10% of a farm field, so think about putting only 10% of a farm field into CRP, our prairie strips, which is now covered in the new Farm Bill, but getting these kind of benefits. 10% prairie in your field gets you 37% reduction in water runoff, so 37% less water leaving that field going into the drainage ditch, 95% reduction in sediment loss. That's the soil erosion that Rick was talking about. 10% of your farm field, 95% reduction in sediment loss. 77% reduction in phosphorus runoff with that water. 70% reduction in the nitrogen running off with that water. 70% reduction in subsurface nitrate concentrations in a field that's not tiled. This is actually pretty surprising to us. We didn't expect to see such high reductions in nitrate from some of Mike's work on this project. And more than triple the pollinator and double the bird abundance in these farm fields because of those prairie strips providing food sources and habitat. This happened without a negative impact on the cropland adjacent. So there's a reasonable hypothesis to be made that if you plant a prairie strip, it might grow up into weeds, and those weeds might negatively impact the rest of your farm field. Well, we haven't seen that happen. In fact, there are no additional weed problems, and as Rick just said, we can't make terraces that can handle the kind of rainfall events we have today. So our terraces are designed for 2-inch rainfalls. Now we consistently get 5-inch rainfalls. Really, the only thing that can handle those sort of rainfall events are prairie roots or perennial roots. If you think about a perennial root system, how many of you ever had to dig up irises at your house? Anybody have irises? Have you ever had to dig them up? Matt? Is it pretty fun? They're deep, right? Those roots act basically like rebar in concrete. Stuff doesn't move throughout them. So that's way more effective than moving dirt with a bulldozer every year. So using prairie strips is actually much cheaper than installing terraces the way we've been doing it. So it's not just in strips in our fields that perennials can be really helpful. The Prairie Strips Project has helped us realize how impactful reincorporating perennials in Iowa can be, but this is the reality of a lot of farm fields today, right? They're not these tidy squares. There are places that are really wet, and what we're seeing increasingly is the value of identifying some places in your field that might be better off in a perennial crop. So Mike mentioned that some places we should intensify grain production and some places we should abandon grain production. So this is a picture I am using as an example from a farmer that called me this fall asking how he could put perennials into the center of his farm fields because he was tired of losing tractors there. He literally wants to do what happened with the Aztecs in Mexico City, right? They used grass on an old lake bed to make a strong foundation that we still have a city of 10 million people on today. He just wants perennials in the middle of his field so he can drive through his field in the spring simply to access the other parts of the field. So we can think about using perennials as tools that help us bridge this transition between a changing climate and managing our grain crops today, but we can also think about perennial crops just themselves. And Rick mentioned switchgrass, so I'm going to talk a little bit about switchgrass as well. Switchgrass is a native prairie grass. It's one of the big ones that made the tall grass prairie. And this is a picture of switchgrass, sorry, it's real small, from one of my farm fields at Iowa State in March. So I don't know if you remember the pictures Rick just showed, but he showed you a bare field in March and the amount of water and soil that was leaving that field just from snowmelt, I'm guessing, in an Iowa winter. This is what switchgrass looks like in March. It's nice and green still. You can still see the corn stubble behind it. It's adapted to Iowa and it provides year-long cover to intercept that rainfall and snow. These are what the roots look like on switchgrass compared to a wheat plant. So our prairie plants have deeper, more abundant roots. That's that rebar that's going deep. They're also making deep channels that feed the microbes carbon that they take from the air to make those healthy nutrient cycling systems that Mike talked about. And then importantly, you can do almost anything with perennial crops. I work particularly on perennial grasses, and you can use perennial grasses for forage, for renewable energy, that's my focus, but also for products that support food industry. So this is a picture of from my colleague Kelly Tiller's company, Genera Energy in Tennessee. They now use switchgrass pulp to make egg cartons. What's the biggest egg producing state in the country? Wouldn't it be cool if we grew the cartons here too? Wouldn't be that hard. So we've talked a lot in Iowa about voluntary practices to reduce nitrate and phosphorus in our water. But we really don't talk about perennials that much, even though the Iowa Nutrient Reduction Strategy identifies perennials as the most efficacious way to improve our water quality. As everyone on this panel has talked about, it is getting hard to manage a farm system in a timely manner to do the right thing at the right time. It's just, you only have 3 or 4 days now. Perennials are one way that we can set something in the ground year-round that when we know will protect our water, we know will protect our soil, and we don't have to do anything. It's the lazy person's way to a healthier ecosystem. So I'd like us to see us think more about how we can incentivize what we know to be the most effective way to protect our soil and water resources, perennials. And so I'd like to just show you what this looks like in action. So Rick wasn't able to show you the total amounts of nutrients or soil lost from a no-till system, but this is some photographic evidence from the Prairie Strips project that was done down at the Neil Smith Wildlife Refuge. And on the left panel, you see the bottom of a little catchment, the bottom of a little waterway, or water area. And that field was an 100% no-till crop. And I hope you can see the amount of sediment that's in that flume. So that's with no-till agriculture. In the middle here, we have something that had a 10% prairie strip put in. Still a lot of sediment in the basin, but the water coming out the bottom is pretty clear. And then on the right is, of course, what we had in Iowa 150 years ago, well, 200 years ago at this point, with 100% prairie. That's what made our clean water resources that we have. So how can we think about putting perennials on the landscape in a way that makes money, or at least doesn't lose money? So this is a part of an analysis that we did using the idea of do no harm, do no economic harm. We asked where in Iowa are corn and soybeans not profitable today? And we actually asked this during some pretty profitable years like 2008 through 2014. And we found that within fields, there are always spots that are losing money. And in fact, if we found that if we put switchgrass on those places of fields that consistently were losing $100 per hectare, about a little less than about $40 an acre, and leaching 50 kilograms of nitrogen, so we just took the places that weren't making money and we knew were sort of egregiously leaching nitrogen, we reduced our statewide nitrate loss by 18%. Does anyone remember how much we're supposed to reduce nitrogen in Iowa to meet the Iowa Nutrient Reduction Strategy? Jackie, you know this. 40%. So by only targeting places and fields that were never making money, we reduced our nitrate by 18%. If we really wanted to try to get closer to that nutrient reduction strategy target of 40%, we just took out the areas of the field that weren't making any money, not losing $100 per acre, and we found that we could reduce our statewide nitrate leaching 38%, so almost to that 40% goal by doing nothing except helping to protect the investment that farmers already have. So when we asked this, so how much of Iowa land is really always losing money? Iowa's got great farmland. It's great in corn and soybeans. We're set up to do corn and soybeans. We found that it's really every year, over a 20-year period, about less than 5% of Iowa farmland loses money every single year over the 20-year period that we looked at. But in some places, that really added up. So I'm showing you a few counties here, Clayton County, Powesheik County, and Harrison County. And there are places in those counties where we know we could drill down, and if we put perennials on the landscape, we could not only really improve the water quality in those places, but we could make those counties a lot more money. So in some cases, this is looking at the increased value over corn and soybean over a 10-year period in these counties. So how much more money would people make if they were growing switchgrass, not corn and soy? And it's $16, $20, $47 million. That's equivalent to at least the busing costs in those counties. So these numbers have real value to the people who live in these counties. And so I want to just leave you with the idea that people want to know more about this. People in Iowa are ready to learn more about this. This is some data from the Iowa Learning Farm asking about if people have heard of prairie strips, if they want to learn more, and if they want prairie strips on their farm. And this is after only a couple years of doing prairie strips research. And after just a few years, more than half of the people had heard of prairie strips, and about 20% wanted to learn more or wanted them on their farm. So people are ready. The time is right. Thanks.
Okay, thank you all. Terrific panel. Lots of information to think about. Questions? I have a couple, but we got plenty in the audience. Please.
A lot of discussion about resilience, which is absolutely, oh, sure. A lot of discussion. Can people, okay, there it is. A lot of discussion about resilience, which is absolutely critical. But what are the opportunities, particularly Emily, on those lands where they're not that productive? What are the opportunities for mitigation and participating in emerging carbon markets and things like that? What are the opportunities that you're seeing at Iowa State that might provide additional revenue, not just protection for resiliency, but actual new revenue for mitigation?
So Emily, and then if others want to try that too.
How do I turn these on?
Do they speak?
You're on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great question, Matt. So right now, everything's in terms of potential, right? The markets for carbon, the markets for nutrient trading schemes, none of those are there today for farmers, but everybody's looking for them. So certainly what we found at Iowa State through my colleagues' work, my work, is that we are able to use changes in land management to make significant and quantifiable changes in carbon removed from the atmosphere and stored in soils, and understand how much nitrogen is retained in fields or leaves fields. So we are now at a point where we could be monitoring and monetizing these nutrients, whether it's carbon, whether it's nitrogen, but there's a lot of work that still needs to be done to put the structures that allow farmers to easily jump into those markets. There's a lot of work left to be done to put those structures in place.
Others who want to respond? Okay, other questions?
Yes, this is again for Dr. Heaton. The prairie strips are very intriguing. We have one farm that's got some B slopes on that certain particular soil types will see a little bit of movement. narrow prairie strip running, perpendicular to your direction of travel. Look like they're about 15 foot wide, roughly, in your diagram or your photo on the slide. Two questions. Number one, during the establishment process, what is the interaction between the pre-emergent crop chemicals that are used up soil from the habitat? And number two, for those of us that have pattern tile drainage systems, what's the concern for prairie strips in the root systems getting into tile drainage?
Okay, so these are some pretty focused agronomic questions, and where's Jay Harmon? Is he still in here? Oh, I see you not raising your hand. So I'll also turn towards some of the ag engineers in the room that might be able to help answer these questions. But the first question, first let me say that when you decide you want to put prairie strips on your farm, it's the configuration of where you put prairie and how wide the strips are is determined by the configuration of your land. So it takes a few consultations first to figure out what width of strip is needed to intercept the flow that you have coming down your field. So every field's different. And then you're right, there are some interactions to be taken into account with herbicide, making sure you're not preventing the emergence of the prairie strips that you plant. I think it's just good management and trying to spray carefully around areas of the strip. And you're sitting next to Mark Licht, our cropping system agronomist, who can answer a lot of those herbicide questions for you. And then remind me what the last question was.
Tile drainage.
Yeah, so the tile drainage, that's why I was looking at Jay. So there have been some cases where there's been some concerns that prairie roots have gotten into tile drainage, and the Ag Engineering Department, Matt Helmers, has taken cameras out and gone through tiles, and it wasn't clear that it was anything from the prairie. So there have been times where we think there might have been some roots in the tile, but it's not widespread and it's not been clearly shown.
Other questions?
Yes, this is for Mike. You indicated the need for additional drainage to take care of a lot of the problems that we have with the huge rain events that Rick talked about. We had some time ago the Iowa plan that was going to increase our tile drainage to, what, 9 or 12 inches. But we didn't have adequate wetlands at the bottom of those. Can you envision redoing our tile drainage that would also end up with enough wetland that would also end up being kind of irrigation ponds that would handle a 6 or 8 or 10 inch rain event?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So let me address that in a couple of ways. So to be more specific about the need for drainage updates in the state, really it's a need for a greater intensity. So that's a rate of drainage, not necessarily a total amount of drainage. In fact, the amount is not really important. It's the rate, so you can get out there into the field again. And I want to make that distinction because it's the amount of water that drains that is associated with nutrient leaching, not the rate. So that's an important aspect of that. There's a way to deal with that, and one way to deal with that is to make the drain shallower and narrower in spacing. And obviously, this creates an added cost to the system on one hand. On the other hand, it increases the intensity, the rate of drainage, without increasing the total amount of water that leaves the field, which helps ameliorate some of the nutrient concerns. It also allows us to better site those wetlands. More wetlands could be put on the landscape with a shallower drainage system. Obviously, that would be a major infrastructure overhaul. But there are drainage districts that are going to need major overhauls likely in the state. And I mean, I'm familiar with a few districts that are putting in new mains and field tiles. And so I think there are some opportunities out there that should be considered.
Question for Mike on drainage. Can a successful cover crop establishment change the rate of drainage in an existing system?
I think that's a a very likely possibility. Certainly we know cover crops can increase infiltration rate, they can increase soil structure, and in theory then should improve drainage. Whether that's enough to make a planned adjustment in the spacing and depth of your drainage to alter the intensity, I don't know the answer to that.
So this is more of a general question for everyone, and even bouncing off of something that Dean Robeson said, that terms like climate change are not political. That we're just talking about the science, but as a linguistical anthropologist, I would say that language is impacted, and the language we use matters. And when I look around the room to see who's here, and when I even heard some comments that this is an urban-rural partnership. In order to achieve some of these incredible investments that we're going to have to make in infrastructure, it is not just an agricultural investment, right? It's going to take the urban people, it's going to take all the taxpayers. It's going to be beyond Iowa to make all this happen. The state of Iowa in and of itself is probably not capable. But it seems to me that we have a language issue when it comes to climate change. We have so many different understandings, and it is politically loaded, even though it should not be. And I think we ignore those issues at our peril, because those are going to be the things that are the barrier to us accomplishing anything, even among agricultural groups. I would guess we've got the choir in the room here, hopefully some people who are agreeing to the language that we're using today, but there's a whole bunch of other farmers that have not bought in yet. Would people agree with that? Yes. So we got to think about our language, and maybe another forum after this one, because this one's great. I've been enjoying learning what I'm learning. Get some people with some different diversity backgrounds who can talk about the language, can talk about the social psychology of what's going on. We're not getting all the scientific voices we need at the table to help us solve these problems, and we hardly ever do, even though we've got Lois up next. We ignore the social side of this more than we care to, because it's easier to discuss the agronomic and the water quality and the drainage and the climate. So that's all I'm saying, is encouraging as we go forward. Hopefully this is a series that you'll be doing, and let's get some other people to the table. And all of you agronomists, show up when the language people are talking, so that we're not in our silos.
Fair enough. Question in the back.
Just a response from a farmer. I don't think the farmers deny that climate is changing. We see it, we live it, A lot of the concern in language is whose fault is it, or is it something that we as people have caused, or is the natural, environmental aspect. I think that's where the difference in opinion comes from. Farmers, I think, understand climate's changing. We're trying to figure out how to farm in this changing climate. What can we do in our operation to mitigate and make our systems more resilient? When I was a kid, it seemed like we had all spring to plant, we had all summer to cultivate and bale hay and play baseball, and we had all fall to harvest and fall plow. And I can't put 20 days together in a whole year to get both planting and harvesting done anymore without, dealing with excess water. So, we need to have help in deciding how to equip, how to get things done better, how to make our soil more resilient, and how to still produce, crops profitably. We're in a real tight cost squeeze right now with high cost land and high cost inputs and extremely high amount of rain, and trying to come away with a crop that's, paltry in price.
So that's a great comment for us to close this session on. I do think these last few comments about the intersection of science and technology with public policy, with language, with decision-making, with how people who live on the landscape adopt new practices is highly relevant. And we need to think about that as well. And the question of who pays matters also. There have been a couple of references today to the Great Dust Bowl and the emergence of the Soil Conservation Service, which today we call it the NRCS. And before the SCS existed, nobody had to pay for that. It's been a wonderful agency. It has helped us greatly on the landscape, and we pay for that now with our tax dollars because there was a need to do so, right? So when we think about new policy, new process, new ways in which we can do a better job managing our landscape, we do have to broaden the conversation and begin thinking about how these things get implemented, who pays for what and how, and so on. So help me thank our panelists. We're going to take a short break, and everybody... We've stolen 4 minutes of your break time. Please try to be back by 3 o'clock so we can get to the next panel. Thanks so much.
Great job. Great job. It's really nice.
If I could call you back to your seats, please. Ladies, gentlemen, please take your seats. Okay, if we could go ahead and get started, please. Okay, the first part of this afternoon, I think the agricultural and climate scientists have really set it up nicely here to begin to think about what is some of this science mean. We in agriculture are living through an extremely difficult period. Market turmoil, sustained low commodity market prices, and then flooding, this unpredictable weather, shifting climatic conditions. And it's our hope today that as we think about the science of what we know and we begin to have our farmers talk to us a little bit about how they're putting some of these things in practice, and then we hope to have them talk a little bit about what they're doing. And we will end the program this afternoon with an opportunity for each of you to begin to think about, well, what is the future of agriculture in Iowa? What is it that we need to do? How do we, what kind of a vision do we have? And then how do we actually make that happen? In spring of 2012, we did a Midwest corn soybean farmers random sample survey. And found that more than 50% were concerned or very, very concerned about frequent extreme rains. Dennis Toddy showed us that picture. Thank you, Dennis. A similar percent were concerned about weed and insect pressure. But most noteworthy, and I'm thinking about spring of 2012, so if you can think back to spring of 2012, we had a very, very wet year. And then we moved into a drought. The Mississippi River, they had some of the driest flow that they've ever had. So we actually had a little bit of both. But the spring of 2012, when farmers were actually beginning to think about planting, 90% of all those farmers thought that there was too much uncertainty about the impacts of climate change to justify changing any of their current agricultural practices or strategies. Fast forward to 2017, a random sample survey of specialty crop growers in Michigan and Ohio found that 60% were concerned or very, very concerned about increased weed pressure, insect pressure, changes in health and timing of their pollination, and a higher incidence of crop disease. And tellingly, many of them have perennial crops. They were very concerned about the fluctuations in spring temperature. So way more than half were finding that that was a problem. And 45% of them reported that there was too much uncertainty about the impact of climate to justify changing agricultural practices and strategies. Last year, the grain farmers of Ontario, Canada, reported one of the worst years of an outbreak of mycotoxin caused by the fungus Gibberella, a Fusarium pathogen that's the source of ear rot in corn and head scab in wheat. Cool, wet weather during and after silking provides the optimum conditions for ear rot development. This past spring, here in Iowa, wet weather and flooding, we've already had that conversation, but that wasn't just in the upper Midwest. Canada experienced that also. The harvest has been delayed due to both too short of a growing season and not being able to, perhaps not planting seed. That was a short season, and then our weather that we have in terms of rain and snow in the last couple of months. Uncertainty and risk continue to stalk agriculture. However, we can no longer afford to wait and see how the uncertainty in weather and climate sorts itself out. We must find new ways to adjust and change many of the practices that worked in the past, but no longer seem to ensure either our productivity or the integrity of our water and soil resources. We've invited 4 farmers from Iowa this afternoon to talk about their farming systems, how weather and climate challenges have affected their production, some of the adaptations that have worked, and maybe they'll even share some of the things that aren't working so that we can learn from the things that they've actually tried. After they've shared their experiences and thinking, we're then going to move to a conversation amongst all of us concerning the future of agriculture in Iowa, and more importantly, what are the actions that we need to take that would help us face the uncertainty that's happening. I want you to join me in welcoming our Iowa panel, and if Brian Sievers from Stockton could come up, Brian Kuzer from Nevada, and Dave Walton from Wilton, if I could ask you to come and take a seat. We had a 4th farmer, Crystal Doolittle from Williams, and she had planned to come this morning. She sent me an email at sunrise, actually, as she looked out and believed what the weather was actually saying. Today's a beautiful day to be in the field. They're a month behind in their harvest. Tomorrow doesn't look very good to be out in the field, and I said to her, she's exactly where she needs to be. She needs to be out in the field, taking advantage of what few good days that we have. So what I want to do is begin this conversation by asking each one of our farmers to begin talking a little bit about their farming system and why they think it's a successful operation. And then we'll begin to move into some other conversations. And so, Bill, if we could start.
Ray, you promised I wouldn't go first, remember? Again, thank you, Ray, for putting this together. And I'm probably one of the luckiest ones here because I live just east of Ames. And as Dr. Dan's still in here, I'm probably the most blessed farmer around because between the 2 new Dr. Dans at Iowa State University, the one at the vet college and Dan at the ag side, they spend a lot of time out at our farm, and to have that learning center that close, it's really helped us to be able to go forward and learn a little bit about our operation. It was started by my great-grandfather back at the turn of the century, and then they lost the farm during the Depression. And my dad was fortunate enough to get started farming again and came along, and I'm actually the 5th generation. I'm the 4th generation, and my son is the 5th. He's a graduate of Iowa State University, and I know when I started farming in 1977, I knew it all. And when I had a 27-year-old son come back home from college, he knows it all. Just ask him. So our farming practices have really changed the last 5 or 6 years because of the technology change, because when I look at when I started farming in 1977, my first year was a drought. We lost everything. Thank goodness we had hogs. My next year we were wiped out with insects, and the 3rd year was hail. And so for the first 3 years of my career, I had no crop. And you have to figure out as a farmer, how are you going to make those payments? And thank goodness for FMHA. But anyway, a little bit about our operation. It's a cattle farming operation. We're permitted for 5,200 head, and we've basically gone under roof with about 60% of the animals. We have a farming operation where we basically concentrate on growing seed from Monsanto and other companies. Through the years, then we've worked with Deere and Company and Monsanto, Bayer, DuPont, many of the large companies as far as designing machinery. A few years ago, we worked with Deere to design a baler to pull behind the combine, so we didn't take the stalk off. We just took what comes through the combine and left the stalk in the field, which we left the ash in the field in that case. We've done many, many years of bale studies because of the DuPont cellulosic ethanol plant that started in Nevada. I was one of the founders of Lincoln Way Energy, so been in the ethanol thing, I think, probably since the start in Iowa, and then helped found the Iowa Renewable Fuels Association, where Monty Shaw is our director there. So we feel very blessed what's happened in this state. And so our farming operation has basically gone back to how can we make each acre more profitable or more dollars with making sure we're conserving or taking care of soil health and water quality. So 3 years ago, Monsanto Bayer has been very good about helping me with projects because as farmers, we don't have the capital, and living next to Iowa State University to be able to have their expertise there. In 2004, we designed a feedlot operation called Alternative Technology, where we actually use settling basins and VIBs and vegetative treatment areas to if there was any runoff, it was cleansed naturally, and then the grasses were fed back to the livestock. Now, through climate change, we built this for the 24-25, which was the largest rainfall in a 24-hour period the last 25 years. Well, guess what? That's doubled. And just in the past 4 or 5 years. So it's been a real challenge as far as the feedlot industry, and that's one reason we went under roof, because of the challenges coming with all the water that's coming along. So then about 3 years ago, I have the original farm back that my great-grandfather settled, and it happens to have the soil types of about every soil in Iowa. We go from 92 CSR clear down to land that has never been tilled. So I went to them and I said, and the reason this started was my wife sat on the EPC commission for 8 years. There should be a award for people that sit on the EPC commission because of the challenges and the rules and regulations that they help and maintain. So from there, then we've given 240 acres, or actually Monsanto is helping us to understand soil quality and water health, and we'll go into that a little bit later. But thank you again, Ray, for putting this on.
Thank you, Bill. Brian?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Sievers. I'm a farmer from eastern Iowa, Scott County. I also want to thank Ernie Shea and Ray for putting this on, as well as Iowa State University, Dean Robeson, and thank you, Dr. Morton, for leading our panel discussion. We, as a family, our roots run deep here in Iowa. My wife is from central Iowa, and her family goes back to the mid-1800s in the Marshall County area. We met at Iowa State, and we've had 2 children, as well as a daughter-in-law graduate from Iowa State. So we're really an Iowa State family. We focus in our family farming operation on stewardship and conservation. We believe the natural resources we're blessed with, our air, land, water, sun, and people, are those that are gifts from God that we need to value and enhance. And to hear Dean Robeson talk earlier about we may be the first generation to actually pass our farms on to the next generation or generations in better condition, makes it all worth it. Makes it all worthwhile in the efforts that we focused on over the years. And those are things like, obviously, grassed waterways, terraces, buffer strips, field borders, contour farming, no-till farming, strip farming. The only thing I don't think that we've implemented thus far are prairie strips. And Dr. Heaton, I think we're going to have to take a look at those seriously moving forward. The unique thing about our farming operation, and both my wife and I are 1982 graduates. I worked for 5.5 years with Farm Credit Services, and then in 1989 left that after also spending 2 years in Minnesota working for Elanco Products Company. We started farming full-time in mid-1989, and then have focused really on, as I talked about, our natural resources, our conservation efforts, and stewardship of our land. But in fast forward to 2000, I was elected to the Iowa House of Representatives, and then in 2002 was elected to the Iowa Senate. In 2004, the voters of my district decided I would be better off going back to farm, and so we decided to do that. Focused on how could we grow our farming operation. We have a beef cattle background. My parents, grandparents, great-grandparents have all fed cattle over the years, and we wanted to expand our beef cattle feedlots. So we embarked on a journey that has led us to a point where we constructed two 1,200-head beef cattle confinement buildings, and it also includes two anaerobic digesters. We constructed, finished those, and have commissioned those in 2013. And so for the last 6+ years, we've operated our commercial feedlot along with our anaerobic digesters as we focused on trying to kind of close the loop, if you will, on the resources that we produce and that we're blessed with. So when we commissioned our anaerobic digesters in 2013, we've commissioned it solely on cattle manure. The anaerobic digester industry is a pay-it-forward industry. In order to seed your digesters, it's like a friendship loaf. You have to bring in live bacteria from other facilities, and so we hold 400,000 gallons of digestate from the Amana Farms digester. So that essentially was the seed that we needed for our digesters, and so hopefully someday I'll be able to provide that to another new digester owner-operator in eastern Iowa and provide them the seeds that they need for their anaerobic digesters. So it was only beef cattle manure that we started on. After about 2 years, we realized and decided we need to focus on bringing in other organic waste streams, and we have now include about half of our waste streams, about half of the 55,000 gallons that we process in our anaerobic digesters on a daily basis, comes from industrial agricultural processing facilities. So we pretty much cover the gamut when it comes to the species. We get chick hatch waste from a local chick hatchery. We get turkey processing waste from West Liberty Foods. We get wastewater from PB Liner in North Davenport, which is a advanced pork processing plant. We also get waste streams from ADM in Clinton, ADM out of Decatur, Illinois, a potato processor in north central Illinois, along with the beef cattle manure that we're producing and comes out of our feedlot. So our digesters run 24/7. I'm the night shift guy, so when there's a generator that goes down or an agitator that acts up, well, I'm the guy that gets up and takes care of it. But essentially, in order to make facilities like this successful on your farming operation, that's what it takes. It takes someone who's heavily invested in that operation and the success of that operation and has real ownership and value and places a high value on the success of that to make sure you respond when needed. It's no different than pulling a calf at 2 in the morning. So the bottom line is those are all living creatures in those digester tanks that help us not only generate some revenue to pay for it, but also to then pull that material back out of those tanks on a daily basis. As I said, we process about 55,000 gallons a day in. That means that much has to come back out, and we process that by separating the liquid and solid fractions. The liquid we store in a lagoon until we use it as our fertilizer source on our 2,200 acres of corn and soybeans. The solids we stockpile and use those on our land where we take our corn stover bales off. We'll take about 3,500 corn stalk bales off every year that we use as bedding in our cattle barns, and the biofibers that we produce from our digesters will go back on that land. I'll just conclude with this. I guess, take-home message is the anaerobic digestion of organic waste streams will provide tremendous soil health benefits. We're seeing that firsthand. Our soil tests are showing tremendous increases in organic matter content in as little as 4 to 5 years. We're seeing a 50% increase in organic matter content in our soils through the grid sampling that we do in our soils. So when you can see those kind of results that quickly, that to me is the real benefit we're deriving from an anaerobic digester facility. It isn't necessarily the electricity we sell to Alliant Energy, although that does pay the bills, but it's that soil health we can bring home and show how it matches our overall philosophy of enhancing our natural resources and implementing conservation practices that will be sustainable for future generations.
Thank you, Brian. Yes. Dave, would you introduce us to your operation, please?
Sure. I have a lot of voice. story isn't unlike the other two gentlemen up here. You know, I'm a 7th generation Iowa farmer, 6th born here in the state. We have the distinction of being one of the first settlers in the area that we call, or Cedar County, which is not far from Brian's home. So we have a long history of agriculture here in the state, and one of the things that is always forefront in our mind is that you know, our forefathers did the best they can with what they knew, and we learned from not only their successes but their failures and moved on. So that's kind of where the history of our family comes from. We are a soybean, corn, hay, pasture, beef, cattle, and sheep operation, so we're fairly diversified. Cow-calf, we're not a feedlot, although we do feed a few out for locker beef. We started no-till in about 2008 or 9. I'm not exactly sure of the year. We just kind of did it. We took on some new land, and we knew the benefits of no-till, but we did it more for a cost savings and a labor savings. The land that we picked up was about 15 miles away, and the prospect of hauling tillage equipment 15 miles over and 15 miles back 3 or 4 times a year did not appeal to me. So I made the executive decision that by God, we're going to no-till this and we're going to make it work. So we did, and haven't looked back. About 90% of our operation is no-till. The only tillage we do is on a small tract of land that is leased to a seed company to do research plots on. And we even kind of sneak as little tillage on that as we can and still keep them happy. We've used precision technology to do variable rate. We started out with variable rate phosphorus and potassium based on grid sample mapping. In the early days, we did grid samples based on about a 5-acre grid. And then we went to zone sampling based on soil type. That still didn't quite fit what we were trying to do, so we went to zone sampling by yield level, and that has started to work a little better. There's a little conflict with myself and the retailer that we work with on how to best do that. We argue about it every year. I say, I'm paying the bill. This is the way we're going to do it. So until we find a better system, that's the way we've moved forward on that. More recently, we've started variable rate nitrogen. We put a base rate up front, and then we variable rate based on yield goal, soil type, weather factors on that. So we are a family farm, kind of a one-man show most of the time. I have an older son that's graduated community college and has been working into the operation. I think this is his 4th season with us. My younger son is finishing up at the University of Missouri. Apologies to the Iowa State folks in the room. That's where I went to school, but y'all don't have a swim program there. He swam for the University of Missouri for 4 years, and that's what took him there. Otherwise, I'm sure he would have been a Cyclone. I think in a nutshell, that's it. Let's get forward with the discussion.
I think that gets us started. Our climate scientists earlier this afternoon spoke about global change in both weather and climate, as well as in Iowa. I'd like for you to talk a little bit about the last 4 or 5 years, what kinds of weather and climate changes you've seen, and what are those challenges, you know, how they've affected your production, how they've affected your soil and water. We heard Mike Castellano say that you can do all the right things and maybe things still don't quite turn out the way that you'd hoped. So we're interested in how weather and climate has affected what you've done. And then were there some unexpected opportunities that occurred when you tried to adapt, and when rather than just thinking, oh, the weather, I have to do something, did you discover that perhaps maybe you innovated or you did something that you might not have done otherwise because of that particular situation? So, Bill, would you like to?
I'll let him go first.
Okay, I'm great.
Bill, you
Brian?
did wonderful leading off. I don't know why you didn't do that.
Brian, you want to lead us off?
Sure, I'll give it a
Did I do that right?
shot.
Yeah.
Well, certainly the weather and the climate challenges we've faced over the last 2 years in particular have been very, very significant. I've heard it said here a number of times, you know, when you used to have, I think it was Mr. Frederickson and Beck who said, you know, when it seemed like you had all spring to plant and all summer to cultivate and all fall to harvest, and now it's about 20 days total. And that has made it incredibly challenging. And even for us, as we become more intense with livestock production, you know, we wrap up 3,500 round bales. They have to be moved off the field. then we need to apply our liquid effluent. That all has to be done. So harvest is really only about, when we finish with harvest, we're only about half done with our fall. And so that has made it tremendously challenging. And, you know, we've done all that we can in terms of investing in equipment and technology, but trying to deal with the vagaries of Mother Nature has made it extremely challenging. Unexpected opportunities, I'm just trying to think about some of those. Certainly, the opportunity to realize and really maybe stumble into it, the benefits that we are seeing from being able to do in our anaerobic digester tanks in a period of 28 to 40 days what takes Mother Nature 3 to 5 years, and that's decompose residue in the field. We can do that in our tanks in a very, very short period of time, is one of those unexpected opportunities because that allows us to recycle those nutrients, and the organic matter that we're essentially processing in those digester tanks is really the great opportunity, and has allowed to see us those improvements in our organic matter content, our nutrient levels, and hopefully our soil health. You know, once again, despite all of the challenges we had tremendous yields this fall. We had 70-plus bushel beans, 230 bushel corn, and I would never, ever have bet on those kind of results with the challenging spring, because we had late planting. We planted a lot of corn in early June, planted a lot of soybeans in June as well. But nevertheless, it might just be that some of those things that we've stumbled upon with regard to our soils and what we're seeing from the practices we've implemented may be providing us an opportunity to help weatherproof those soils. And I think that that's where climate change solutions start, is in those soils.
Yeah, I guess just one of the things I was thinking of when you posed that question was that we started no-till in, I guess, about 2008, 2009. The drought of 2012 kind of sealed it for me. We saw resiliency in the yields on the farms that we had no-tilled versus the tilled farms. We didn't see the loss in yield on those no-till farms. And even in the middle of that drought, you could still go through those farms and push back the residue and find soil moisture. On the tilled ground, we couldn't find soil moisture. We had cracks you could stick your hand into past your wrist, and I don't have little hands. But on those no-tilled farms, we still had moisture there. On the wet years, it hasn't hurt us as much either, because I think we have a greater infiltration rate. We farm mostly ground that's been pretty well drained through a tile drainage system. So, you know, we're seeing that there's a resiliency in that system that I didn't maybe expect when I started into it. You know, another thing that we do, we're trying to find a fit for cover crops. It's worked in some farms. It's not worked as well as I'd like it to in other farms. But where it's a real key for me, since we're a cow, calf, and sheep operation, we're starting to graze those cover crops. We'll try to get them in early enough in the spring, put a mix in that has some grazing benefits, and so we'll get anywhere from 2 weeks to a month of grazing in the fall, and then we'll graze those off again in the spring prior to burn down and planting. So we're kind of getting a double benefit there. It cuts down on my need for hay, harvested hay, and it gives the livestock a place to go. You know, we don't have to bed them, we don't have to feed them, it just makes their care a little bit easier for us. So that's something that we're gonna try to expand. Unfortunately, in our area, most of that type of livestock operation is gone. So if we want to expand it to other farms, we have to build fences, and fences are expensive. So we're kind of picking and choose where we do it right now. But those are a couple of things. We have seen more extreme in the weather. Like others have said, you know, you get a shower, an inch of rain a week, you know, it'd soak in, you get back to work in a day or two. Now we're seeing those 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 inch rains that are really hammering us, and it's coming more often. And then this year was sort of the hallmark. We started out wet last fall. It carried all the way through winter and spring. And then when it stopped, it stopped. We finished planting about June 10th, and I don't think we had a significant rain until sometime in late August. So we went 60 days with probably 1.5 inches or 2 inches of rainfall. If we hadn't had a full subsoil moisture system coming in, we'd have really saw more drop off in yield than we did. But then when it started raining, it didn't stop. So we're in a really wet fall, and it's slowed harvest down. It's slowed everything down. We have manure to haul yet. We got our corn stalk bales up. We got them off, but we wrapped them because we put them in an inline wrapping system, so it protects them from the weather. We don't normally have to do that, but I'm looking at the weather forecast and go, you know, it's going to keep raining. These bales aren't going to keep the way I'd like them to, so we're going to protect them somehow. So those are a couple of the adaptations we've had to do because of it.
You know, I thought one of the greatest things I did in my farming career was not let my son come back right away after college. And I made him go work for someone else for a few years. He worked for Deere & Company. And I said, you have to be gone at least 3 years. 3 years to the day he came home and he said, I hope you're ready. Well, I grew up in the 70s and I'm a tillaholic. I mean, that was my world. You cultivated 3 or 4 times in the summer, as that one gentleman said, that's all you did, and baled hay. And since Tim's come back, our operation is a total flip. He said he wanted to start using cover crops 5 or 6 years ago, and I said, Tim, in Story County, this black dirt, you can't no-till and you can't do those things. And that was absolutely the wrong thing for a dad to tell a 25-year-old kid. Because guess what? Today we're doing it. And someone made the comment about infiltration of water with cover crops. We've got a couple farms that right off the bat we did that. And he called me up one Sunday morning. He says, Dad, come to the cornfield. He says, I got to talk to you. Well, I was up choring, and I thought, you know, if I was 25 years old, that's the last place I'd be is in the middle of a cornfield looking at something. So I go out there, and he goes, look at that field over there. And we just had a 3-inch rain. He goes, look at the ponds over there. He goes, look, we don't have any ponds here because of this cover crop. There was enough root and whatever happens with cover crops, we got rid of that water right away, or it went away. So then all of a sudden he takes a shovel out and he puts it in the ground and he says, look at this. And it was clear full of worms. He said, we haven't had worms like this for many, many years. So it's something that's really helped us change with cover crops, and it's a challenge in Story County because of the what we call black gumbo. But I think the other thing that really helped us is, as the other panelists said here, we need 10,000 round bales a year for feed and for the bedding operation of the cattle. And with working with John Deere and coming up with what we call the single pass baler now that's for sale, that you can purchase today, is that when you go out there, we're pulling that baler and we're making bales while we're combining. So we can get about half of our bales made while we're doing the combining, and if we need to go out and get more later on, we can. And if we do go take the stalks off, we'll actually go back with a manure program right away. But what we're doing is we're taking what comes through the combine and putting it in a bale. So we're leaving the stalk in the field that has the nutrients that need to go back down in the soils. Well, how many of you have walked out into a cornfield and seen a corn cob that could be 3 or it could be 5 years old? All of a sudden, we're finding out that we're taking probably the worst villain off of the field because it takes nutrients to break that cob down. And now we're taking that off the field and we're making it for cattle feed because we'll actually grind those bales. And there's no ash in it because before we were picking that up off the ground, and so you're going to get a natural ash through that bale. But the unintended consequences, I think, go back to the question was, all of a sudden we found out that every one of those bales had from 4 to 7% starch in them because of the phantom loss through combines. And so now all of a sudden we've got a product that becomes a tremendous, I mean, how many of your parents and grandparents ground ear corn when they were feeding the cattle hundreds of years ago, many years ago? Well, all of a sudden now we can recompose that in a different way, but yet we're leaving the stalks in the field to help protect the soils and to, if we need them, we'll go back, but we're leaving what we need to leave there, and we're taking that villain cob off that's going to take more nutrients to break it down over many years. So in a sense, we're using less fertilizer, and we're actually variable rating all of our, as I'm sure Brian is, we variable rate all of our manure today. So we don't go out and just blanket a field with 10 ton. We'll go through and put on what needs to be put on there. So through the unintended consequences, we found out that we've come up with a product and in a sense added more value to that acre because we can utilize a product off of it.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question I didn't warn you that I was going to ask you, okay?
Oh, that's fine.
And it's primarily because of the conversation that you've already begun. Because we were sort of focused on profitability and what are the things they're doing in terms of keeping your production up. But all of you have talked a little bit about soil and water, and I want to know how you're monitoring what metrics or what strategies are you using to actually monitor what happens to both your soil and your water? Rick Cruz talked a little bit about the tons that are being lost in different portions of the state. So as you think about your own property, and then think about the area where you live. I don't know what that geography looks like, but talk a little bit about what the geography of where you are farming, and how you think that you're moving, or what you'd like to do to kind of move to that zero, below the 1 ton tolerable rates, and how do you know that you're doing better? You're doing some of the you're doing the practices that we talked about that should be done. How do you actually know, or what are the signs that you think that both the water that's leaving your fields is a better quality, and that you're actually holding more of the soil than maybe your neighbors are, or maybe the region where you live naturally would? And I'll open that to any one of you to start.
Well, I guess empirical evidence, no, we don't know. But what we can rely on are maybe research that Bill's done at his farm to demonstrate that Iowa State's been involved with, to show that if you implement this practice, you should see this kind of reduction in runoff or sedimentation or improved water quality. And those are the things that we're relying on. And that's why research and development is so important for us to say, yeah, that looks like a good practice because the research says or demonstrates that we should see these kind of results. And that's really all we have to rely on. Now, granted, there's always that gut feel. And I think as a farmer, you'd probably better have some gut instincts in order to try to make the right decisions as you go through a career or a year. And, we can see it. We see improved water quality in our grass waterways after that 3 or 4 inch rain. They aren't as muddy as they once were. To say that we have zero runoff now, absolutely not. But certainly that would be the goal for us someday. And that's why things like prairie strips, I think, are something that we will be looking at very closely. But then to be able to determine whether a prairie strip is going to be beneficial for us with improved water quality, well, we won't know because we aren't doing that research on farm currently, so we won't know what the improvement will be. But nevertheless, we can see it, and so it'll be a subjective measurement.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one that's really kind of hard to put your hands around without spending a lot of time and effort and some money to get that data. So we do rely on the experts to do that research for us and tell us which practices will improve. I know Iowa Soybean Association has an on-farm network and their environmental programs and services division that does some of that work for us. We rely on that. We actually tell them, hey, take a look at this. They'll go and do it, and they'll tell us what the results are. We know things like bioreactors are going to take nitrates out of the tile water. We know that saturated buffer strips are going to do the same thing. So we don't necessarily have to measure it on our own farm, but like Brian, I can tell you that when we went from a tillage system to a no-till system, we no longer have sediment in the waterways. We don't have to go in every 5 to 7 years and clean out those waterways and put the soil back where it came from. We don't have to touch them anymore. So that's something that we know that there's been improvement there.
A great rule of thumb.
Yeah. It's you believe what you can see sometimes, and we can see that there's not the sediment moving off of those farm fields. We can see that with the water that's coming down through those waterways at the same time. You walk out there after rain, and it's cloudy but generally clear water as opposed to muddy water that they used to be. So I don't need to measure that. I can tell you that it's better.
5 years ago, how our project got started, Nancy was on EPC, and Bill Stowe, who was a Nevada High School graduate, I'm sure you all heard about the lawsuit that was put against 3 counties in the state of Iowa. And Iowa Cattlemen asked myself to go down and speak when they were deciding whether or not to go through with the allegations. And Nancy got up and spoke as far as EPC. And soybean got up and spoke in favor, and I think corn was there. And that was it. And then there were 40 individuals that, I mean, there's every reason in the world why that should have gone through or should not have gone through. And so coming home, I mean, I actually had a magazine that my son had been featured in, The New Wave of Farming, and I gave a copy to all the commissioners on the copy. I said, please read this, because this is what the new kids on the block are starting to do, and we have faith that this is working today. So going home, I looked at Nance and I said, you know, Bill could have got up and asked me for my data. I have nothing, just like Brian said here. I mean, we have nothing to show. And so my last ask 2 years ago, after we finished up our bale study, I went to Monsanto Bear and I said, I've got an idea here. I said, let's go down on this 240 because it does represent basically all the soil types in the state of Iowa and has this 15 acres that has never been broken. My great-grandfather used to put wild horse hay up on it. So that's going to be our control. And so it's broke off into 9 different zones. We've gone in and pattern tiled it so that we can collect water samples off each one of those zones. We're going to do different farming practices on each one of those 40 or 60 acre strips. And then we're going to use gated tile because we think that if we can hold that water in some time in the fields a little bit longer, that the plant life can utilize the nutrients that's left in that water and then release that water. There was a picture that was put up here that I just wanted to stand up and shout that I think we've got a way we figured it out. We wanted to show all the ponds in that field. Well, in this field, we've got a place where there's a huge pond in it. So we had a place to put a bioreactor on. So now all of a sudden, instead of not planting that or putting that to grass, because this is a very high productive farm, we can get rid of that water a little bit faster and run it through a bioreactor. And I don't know what the results are going to be yet, but we think it's going to improve. So each quadrant, we're going to do a different, and it's on large scale. It's not on small strips. And so between the saturated buffers, the bioreactors, and the riparian buffers, there's about 15 or 20 different things going on here. And then Iowa State, we've asked Matt Helmer to come out and put 2 wells out in this natural prairie to see what the natural phenomenon is of nitrates. I mean, people know, but actually one of these sites needs to be in about every quadrant of Iowa because we're all different. I mean, his land is much different than mine because of the Webster Clarion soils that we have. So every year now, we're going to host we're going to put a tent up the 1st of August, and it'll come down after Farm Progress Show. And last year we had about 2,000 people go through here just to show them what a bioreactor looked like opened up. I've worked with AgriDrain, and they're going to come in and put monitors so that we're going to be able to analyze water quality or what's in that water real time instead of having to go out and gather a sample. And with the gated tiles and some of the other situations we're going to utilize, why we're going to have real-time information. We're going to let Iowa State put that curve together so that, you know, they always say, well, a farmer's never going to tell you the truth. Well, they just tell you what you want to hear. So when we look at the next 10-year project and working with IDNR and EPA very closely on this, we feel very fortunate that, as you said, we don't know those numbers. And in Story County, this is what could happen if you change this practice on this farm, whether it's pig manure, cattle manure, whether you take all the crops off, cover crops. What happens to that water quality and soil health when you change the practice on top? And how can we affect that? And we've got a website that's called Modern Ag Farm, and we'd love to have you go to that. We're going to host tours all through August, and if you'd like to come out, why, it'll be posted on there when those tours will be, because we think it's very important that to be able to have real-time data now to show them how farmers are being proactive, not reactive to what's going to happen here, because the last thing a farmer wants is for EPA to come out and tell you what you're going to do. We want a seat at that table to be able to sit down with our data and say, this is what happens when you do this. So then I went to the governor and I went to EPA in DC a few weeks ago, and I said, you know, and Secretary Northey, and I said, we've got a real opportunity here to take this, and if you change something on top, and if you can quantify that about what happens when it comes out your tile. I mean, I've been involved in the ethanol industry since it started, and we've already got tax credits and RINs in place. What would happen, and this can't happen tomorrow, it's going to take a few years, and I see Mike sitting back there. Mike, I'm going to call you to the mat on this one. But what would happen if we can demonstrate how you change something on top, you can change the water quality coming out, and a farmer gets a tax or a RIN credit? Wouldn't that be something? Then it's no longer that voluntary thing. Now the farmer has a way to be able to go and say, I'm going to change my practice here because I know through this monitoring it's going to change this, and I'm going to get a tax credit or a RIN because this land has to have tile in it. I mean, you saw that picture there. I mean, that's just horrible. And when you rent a farm, cash rent a farm, you pay for every acre. I mean, I don't care if you buy it, you know, it's for every acre, and we have to produce on it, and there are ways to produce on it, and there's ways to drain it efficiently, effectively, but I still think there's a way that that farmer can get paid to do that, or some kind of program to get him going. I'll quit. I could run on this all day.
Okay, so it's very clear to me, and I suspect it's very clear to our audience. We chose these three farmers really well, didn't we? They're innovators. They're thinking about every acre. They're trying to think about you know, how to do things differently. And if every farmer in Iowa looked like one of you guys, we probably would be all set, right?
Oh, nobody wants to look like me.
Okay, so, but many of your characteristics are very similar. You're generational farms. The land is important to you, and we know that that's a value across Iowa of farmers. We know that your operations. Now we are missing. There's a hole in our conversation, and I, as a specialty crop grower, I have to acknowledge that. I know we're in Iowa, but even Iowa has the potential and has specialty crop growers, and we did make an attempt to bring one. Find one or two to join us. We were not successful, but I don't want you to think that cattle and corn and soy are the only thing that's happening, because we do need to be cognizant that Iowa has huge potential in the specialty crop area. But here's my question. Bill sort of talked about it a little bit from generation to generation, but I want to know, you're the leading edge, so how do we normatize the behavior that you have, the management that you have, the way you have of thinking about, okay, this is a problem, what are some of the ways I can do that? And it's a willingness to risk experimentation and fail. It actually is, because all the things that you've talked about, all three of you, you had to be willing to fail before you actually tried it, right? I mean, you were hoping that it would work, you did the research, you checked things out, but there was always a chance that it would fail. So how do we talk to not just your neighbors? I don't know if all your neighbors are looking at you and say, oh, I'm going to be just exactly like. And so they're trying those same things through. So how do we reproduce, not exactly what's happened on your farm, how do we reproduce this willingness to experiment, to try to be more observant about what's happening, and to realize that the practice that we did in the past, even no-till, may not be sufficient to get us where we need to be. And Bill makes it sound like, so I'm going to put Bill on the spot first. I know he's averse to being the guy that answers the question first, but I'm going to put him on the spot because many of our farms in Iowa do have the next generation coming back to the farm. And I'm a sociologist, and I have to tell you that when I interview other farmers and I talk to them, one of the conversations that they say to me is, the younger farmer says, he won't let me do this the way I need to do this. And
You've been talking to my son, haven't
the
you?
dad will say, you know what we're doing, it's not broke yet, so we need to keep doing it, what we're doing.
how do we have the conversations between generations to adopt those? And you other two may also have family that are coming back. And so how do you have those conversations? And then I want you to tell us whether they're spirited or whether you just have this very calm conversation about, oh, yeah, you're probably right. We'll do this. We'll do this. What kind of negotiation happens? And what's it take to be able to have that intergenerational conversation? And maybe that intergenerational conversation is not between you and a family member, but maybe it's between a neighbor that's trying to do something or tried to do something different, either older than you or younger than you. So, Dave, you look like you were ready to say something.
Yeah. I actually have a lot to say about that,
Oh, okay.
that particular part because I'm Bill's son. So figuratively.
Different mother.
I worked. Yeah.
Twin son.
I was growing up in the 80s during the last farm crisis, and I was attending Iowa State University and questioning because my dad pushed me out, said, ag is no place for you to go. There's no future in it. So it's probably one of the few bits of advice that I took, and I went and worked for a Fortune 500 company for about 12 or 13 years before I decided it was time to come back. And one of the things that I learned in that time period is that sacred cows make really tasty hamburgers. So one of the things that I worked at the company was in a continual improvement team. So we looked at everything and questioned everything. And it was with that mindset I came back to the farm. And so I looked at everything we were doing and thought to myself, is this the best way that we could do this? Is it the most efficient? Is it the best path going forward? And my dad fought me on every step. Sometimes those conversations were spirited. Sometimes they were low key as I learned to maneuver around and make him think it was his idea and then pat him on the back when he made the change. But at that point, I decided if I ever had kids, I wouldn't do that same thing. So I have tasked my 25-year-old with the same thing. Look at everything. Look at everything we're doing. And if you don't think it's the right thing or the best way to do it, tell me. And we're going to have a conversation about it. You can justify the new practice to us. We're going to make this a business decision. We're going to take the emotion out of it. And we're going to move forward. And he's already really taken that on and looking at everything we're doing. And maybe it's just a way, when we haul corn from this farm, instead of taking it here, we should take it there. Or when we're feeding cattle, maybe this is an easier way to do it than that was. So we're taking all those things, but it really had to come from within. It was really me coming back and deciding, he's doing the best he can, but this isn't the best way it could be. And I took that upon myself to say, we're going to make a change here. But the question you asked is really two different things. One is dealing with family, which I answered. The other is dealing with neighbors in the surrounding community. That is sometimes leading by example. We were one of the first in our neighborhood to start no-tilling in a wide area. Neighbors noticed. They started asking questions, and we'd talk about it. This is saving me time, money, and it's improving my bottom line. Iowa Soybean Association just finished a study that some of these conservation practices are adding up to $88 an acre to the bottom line of those folks who have implemented those practices. Variable rate fertilizer, no-till, some of those things. And telling your neighbor, walking up to him and say, Brian, if you do this, it's adding $90 to my bottom line. You maybe should think about this. Or he comes to me and said, what's it doing? I can show you on paper, this is what it does. So that's a different conversation you have to have with the neighbors. But that data is out there, and if they ask, it's an easy conversation to have.
Thanks.
Bill, go ahead.
So, Bill, how acrimonious is this conversation?
Well, it's all the above. Like I say, I asked my dad will turn 90 here in 2 weeks, and I I tell him every day, and before I end the phone call, I say, will you please forgive me? Because I understand what he went through when I was 25 coming back to the farm, and the discussions that Tim and I have meeting every morning, and we sit down and figure out what we're going to do, because my job right now is peeling him off the wall so he can get his crop in, because he's home now running the crews with the combines, and he goes, Dad, where are you going? And I said, well, I'm on a panel. Why? I said, because Ray asked me. And he goes, well, that's okay if Ray asked me. But anyway, back to, we've been very fortunate, like I say. We have the two new Dr. Dans at Iowa State University, and the gentleman, Elmer Paul, who started this feedlot back in the 30s, was an Iowa State grad, and he opened his doors as a teaching farm. And so when I took it over, we were very good friends, and I said, you know, this has worked for him pretty well. Let's just kind of keep doing it. So in the past, 40, 50 years, I've had about 160 kids go through there. But in turn with that, I've also had the opportunity to let Iowa State come in and do many different projects that I would have never thought of or been able to do, and be on that cutting edge. And learning to fail gracefully, I think, is what I tell these kids in the entrepreneurial class at Iowa State University. You have to learn to fail gracefully, and I think you brought that up. But what did you learn from that? And one of the things that we decided with this water quality project, we weren't going to involve the farmers at all. I mean, they all saw the big tent out in the pasture, and the cows and calves walking up to the people so they could lick them. But we invited urban people, and we invited people from across the United States and the country. In fact, we had the National Reporters Tour held there in August, where they actually have to apply to be able to come on this tour, and they picked Iowa. So we had CNN, we had the San Francisco Herald, we had all the big newspapers, and I think you were out there at that one. And anyway, it was fascinating that we feel that we have to get to the public first, because if the public doesn't, the public right now, we're the villain. I mean, we're the ones that are adulterating the earth, and we're doing everything wrong, and we're not doing anything to fix it. And we have very large farmers, and the farmers are getting bigger. Well, there's a reason they're getting bigger, is because a lot of kids want to have that 8-hour day, and they want their weekends free, and that's fine. That's their choice, because Nancy and I didn't build this farm for our sons. That's ours, and we told them both, if you come back, that's fine. If you don't, you're not going to hurt our feelings. So I think the goal here is, and I spend a lot of time at EPA and DNR, is that we have to make sure as farmers we have a seat at that table, and we have to tell them what we're doing, and I think we have to circle around to the urban people first, because the farmers are going to be a whole different can of worms, because we've got some very large farming operations that don't you dare get in front of the corn planter, the combine, or the tillage tool, or we'll run over you. And there's going to be, if we're going to make this change, we have to be able to show them, whether it's the tile, if we can get some kind of a tax credit or a RIN from that extra effort, or how, the hardest thing that we have to do today is to try to tell people how that cover crop pays for itself. It's a real expense. I mean, and then you got to kill it in the spring. So through this water quality, soil health, and I'll keep talking about that, we need to make sure we get the urban people educated first, because their lawn is the most important thing to do, and they're probably the biggest violator out there. So let's circle around here, and then we'll take it to our farmers, because through media and social media, they're going to hear about this through what the people are going to be here. Because only 1.5% of us are farmers. That means all the rest of the people are urban. So why would we focus on the farmer?
Brian, you want to take this on?
I'll try to keep it short. My kids are a whole heck of a lot smarter than I am. We've got a son who's an ag and biosystems engineering graduate and went on to get his law degree, and he does IP law work for Deere and Company. Although he was corporate counsel for Kinsey when we decided to build our digester, and I says, well, we're going to be our own EPC general contractor. I says, I need a project manager. I got to start interviewing. He says, well, Dad, I might be interested in doing that. I says, well, we can't afford you. But he did. He quit. He come over and he worked for us for a little over a year, built the project, probably the best experience from a business family relationship standpoint, you could ever ask for, to have your son be the project manager of a $7.5 million investment. He did an awesome job. Of course, after it was up and running, he says, well, Dad, I'm going to go make some real money now, and you can run this. So that's where we're at. He works for Deere and Company. And then our daughter is healthcare administration, or she was a dietetics graduate from the College of Agriculture at Iowa State, went on to get her Master's of Healthcare Administration. She works for the University Hospitals as a HR director. Our daughter-in-law's got her MBA. Our son-in-law is getting his MBA this next year. But he does work for us. He helps my wife in the office. So I'm really not sure who's going to take over our farming operation. We do have some very, very dedicated employees. I have one employee who's been with us 25 years, and he's the kid that I hired when I first started farming to help ride the bean buggy and zap, button weeds with Roundup when we were driving through. And now he's farming almost 1,000 acres himself. He's got a cow-calf operation. He's our largest customer in our feedlot, and he's also my feedlot manager as well as our crop operations manager. And so that's kind of how I've helped bring someone in who, whose parents used to plow and disc 2 or 3 times, run a field cultivator and a harrow, and the kind of agronomic line of practices that we all probably went through as kids. And now he's a full believer in strip till, no-till, cover crops, utilizing livestock in our operations to improve and enhance soil health. And so maybe that's how we do it, is just by example and getting others involved in that process. I always said we don't really ever tell our kids what they can and can't do. We just set expectations, and that we try to do the same thing with our own farming operation and hope people can learn from that in our neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. We began this program this afternoon with Paul Tremlindo, the governor's representative. Is Paul still here, or did he leave? Well, if you remember his speech, one of the things that he spoke about was that Iowa agriculture is our livelihoods. It's really important to us in Iowa, and it's important to us in this room, along with the gentlemen that are here. And so I'm going to ask each one of our panelists to answer a question about the future, but I'd like for our IT people to put up the 2 questions that we're first going to ask our farmers here, and then I want you to be thinking about how you would answer it too, because we're going to have an open mic here to begin to have that conversation. I think the conversation that we've had so far should be raising lots of kinds of thoughts in your minds about where we're at now and where we're at for the future. Oh, I'm the one that's supposed to monitor that. Forgive me. Okay, thank you. And so the question that I want you 3 to sort of kick us off with this afternoon is, as you think about the future of Iowa agriculture, what trends have really disappointed you? Now, this is beyond yourself. Thinking about, you're now part of a cohort of agriculture. What trends have been really disappointing to you that you kind of wish were different? And then what approaches or strategies would you propose, and it could just be one or 2, that you think if we took that step here in Iowa as an agricultural community, or Bill has challenged us to think of as people of Iowa, not necessarily just in agriculture, but because we're knowledgeable of agriculture and maybe from an urban background, how would you begin to address that disappointing trend that you're calling attention to? Now, we have probably a number of them, so I just would like each one of you to name one trend that you sort of think is disappointing and begin the conversation about what we might do to begin to reverse that trend or change it. And while they're having that conversation, I'd like those of you in the audience to look at these 2 questions. Because I want you to begin to talk about that too, because the 3 people up here are not enough to change. We need the people out here. We need each one of us to do something different, and then we've got to find our network of people that would also do something different. So who wants to start that?
I'd give it a shot.
Okay, thank you. So
I think the most disappointing aspect that really involves agriculture in general is when you look at profitability. We've been challenged with increasing production, yields per acre for generations, and so here we are producing 200 to 250 bushel corn and 70 bushel beans, and we're still at a level that's just barely profitable, and that might even be a bit of a stretch this year. So we've been at this a long time, and let's just face it, we're at break even. That's disappointing. What do we need to do to generate a rate of return that allows us sitting up here, anyone in the audience who's involved in production agriculture, and our neighbors to achieve a higher level or a better level of profitability? And that's where I think, we can talk about that either now or later, but I think that there's some real opportunities for us to do that. And I think a low carbon future is what we need to focus on to enhance that profitability, because again, it gets back to that soil, how we value that soil, what we do to that soil to enhance its quality and its health. And if we value that, whether it's on a per pound or per unit basis, we don't really care whether it's a RIN or a carbon credit or you name it, but we really need to focus on how do we provide some value and monetize the carbon that we're actually sequestering and keeping in our soil for the farmer, so that he can actually generate some profit in years of low prices. The other thing, I guess, maybe is in terms of a trend is how social media can really take an issue and run with it. All of us up here are livestock producers. I believe with every ounce of energy in my body that livestock production is a solution to climate change and environmental stewardship. And I think we've all tried to demonstrate how when you take manure and either process it through our digesters or utilize it in your cropping operation, you enhance soil health. You couldn't have organic agriculture without livestock manure. So, why not place a higher value on those things that we're doing? Now, we realize that we have an impact on water quality, on air quality, but let's look at those practices that enhance and improve air quality and water quality. And by the way, it also improves our soil health. So that's another disappointing aspect. I'd like to see our organizations here in Iowa, whether the producer organizations especially, and I think ISA needs to be given a lot of credit for the leadership they provided by doing whatever they can in terms of enhancing and valuing and monetizing water quality efforts through production agriculture. That's where we really need to say to our producer organizations, we need to step up and realize that we can do better, whether it's a better effort at social media, whether it's a better effort at production practices that value carbon in our soils, but it's time to do like social media has done to us, and that's kind of fast forward our lives. We don't have time to sit and wait for another 10 years of research. I think we need to start acting a little more quickly, and I realize that's completely opposite of what we have grown accustomed to over the years with our democratic style of government, as well as some of our producer organizations who tend to be, very cautious in their approach about making changes. I think it's time for all of us in this room to go to those producer organizations and say, no, now's the time to make some changes, because the light is at the end of the tunnel. We don't want it to be a train that's going to run us over. Thanks.
Fran, you need to run again. Manager. I'd like to go next because I'm really going to be short on this one. Mine is time. This isn't a quick fix. I mean, what we've talked about up here is going to take decades. We look at the projects that, Brian with these digesters, I mean, it's $7 million, and you can't, and I don't produce enough, I have a lot of cattle, but I don't produce enough manure to put one in. And I look at the data that's going to come out of that. I look at the data that could come out of our farm project and the other projects like it. It's time. It's going to take decades. We're going to talk about this forever. And I guess I got to be real careful, but I'm disappointed in my neighbors. It's really disappointing to see the pushback you get from neighbors that you're trying something new and you hear about it through the grapevine, what they've talked about, but they don't have guts enough to come up and ask you what you're doing and what results you're getting. And I think that's one reason we've kind of backed away from the farm community right now, to make sure that we have some real data, and then go in front of our peers and say, guys, gals, we've got this, we can prove this. This is one solution to maybe be able to recoup some of that energy or some of those funds you've put in it. But I'm old enough, I'm the oldest one on the panel. I'm not gonna see that day of glory, and I hope I do, but I just think it's gonna take so much time. And back to your point, we need to get going. We're out of time. And we have to be at that table. Because remember what I said, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu.
Okay, Dave, you got some thoughts?
Yeah, and a couple of the trends that we've kind of poked around a little bit and really have never got off the ground in a real way is sort of this notion of value added, adding value to our produce, whether it be on the meat side or the grain side. Part of that's the identity preserved portion of the grain side of things. And I think there's some opportunity to partner with end users and look at a specific quality that they want in grain, whether it be corn or soybeans, and try to find a way to aggregate that and maybe design a specific amino acid profile in a soybean, that's for example, or the same thing in a corn seed that's used for feed, because we have to, even as a grain. On the grain side, our largest customer is the livestock industry here in Iowa. So we have to make sure that what we're producing is given the best value to those livestock producers, myself included. So, we've kind of poked around the issue, but we've never really found a real solution to it. And I think it's something that we still need to continue to focus on. Another one of the things is, we have segmentation in agriculture, whether it be conventional tillage versus no-till, and I mean you can come up with 20 or 30 different segments of agriculture, and we all should be learning from each other, because what I do on my farm might be valuable to somebody else, but I always keep my eyes open too, and learning from folks like Bill and Brian. There's things that they're doing in their operation that I take home and I'll think about over the next few days, and is there something there that we need to do? And back to that sacred cow idea, is there something that I'm doing that I'm holding sacred that really it shouldn't be? Well, let's put her on the grill and get moving forward. So I think those are kind of the couple of first top line issues.
Okay, I think that gets us started. So do we have a microphone someplace? All right, we've got a microphone. Who'd like to sort of take on one or two of those questions? Please, go ahead.
I'd like to add on a little bit. I farm in northern Iowa where none of this stuff's supposed to work, but I'm going to agree a lot with Brian. I think in my honest analysis, addressing soil carbon will probably take us the furthest down the line, because if our soil carbon is going down, we're doing something wrong. If our soil carbon is going up, we're doing things right. And I think you can engage landowners in that discussion, because you're honestly changing their asset value depending on what that soil carbon is doing. And so we need to put systems together that work wherever you live that address soil carbon, whether it be, in our case, no-till, strip-till, and cover crops. It's taken us 25 years to gain 2.5 points, but that's over half of my farming lifetime, so it doesn't happen fast. But I think rewarding, farmers for building soil carbon will probably be one of the keys to engage the many farmers out there that don't believe that their practices are harmful to soil carbon. You talk to most farmers and tell them that tillage is destructive to their soil carbon and their soil structure, and they kind of shrug their shoulders and, well, it works. Well, they're still harvesting. Many of them up in especially the north central Iowa have pretty rich soils. They still have a lot of soil carbon they can harvest and produce fantastic yields, but we all realize that in a century there'll be a lot less of it. And until we help engage with them, that discussion about what's happening to soil carbon, how we can build it and rebuild it in regenerative form, then we can move forward. So, that to me, we can look at practices, but until we all put it together in a system and really focus it on soil carbon, because we address soil carbon, we're going to address water quality, we're going to address soil health, we're going to address erosion, because basically you can't grow soil carbon until you actually change a lot of practices that have been negligent to soil health.
Thank you.
Dr. Morton,
Surely, yes.
could I just respond? It's going to take money. There's no question about it. And that's where coming up that ultimate solution on valuing carbon is what it's really going to be all about. I had the privilege of being able to present to the Senate Ag Committee on November 7th and certainly wanted to thank Representatives Senator Grassley and Senator Ernst here today. Wouldn't have been able to do that. And it was in regard to the implementation of the 2018 Farm Bill. And there was tremendous work done on behalf of the Senate as well as the House to implement a number of programs. The problem is none of the programs have been funded. And that's a big part of the problem right now, is that we can't seem to get the funding for things like BCAP, which we participated in, Biomass Crop Assistance Program. We were essentially getting money for the corn stover we were taking off our fields to use as bedding in our cattle barns that would essentially go back through our digesters so that we could return it back to the field. It was a terrific program. That's not funded. There's a number of programs that haven't been funded, and they know that. The U.S. Senate knows exactly what the problem is, and all of those bills have to start in the House. So, that would be my first suggestion, is we really look at funding a number of programs that are part of the 2018 Farm Bill but haven't been funded yet.
Thank you. Yes.
Adam Keel from the Iowa Soybean Association. I appreciate the conversation about kind of market-based solutions, and I think I heard hints of that come out a lot. And I really appreciate, Brian, your comment about giving farmers flexibility to come up with their own solutions that have value to someone else. We're going to be launching what's called the Iowa Soil and Water Infrastructure Fund, which aligns water interests with interests of carbon sequestration to bundle a multi-payer payment to farmers for practices that they do on their farm. And I just wonder, I heard a lot of what I felt like were good responses to kind of ecosystem market payments, but I wonder if you have any concerns about those and what those might be.
That's a very, very good question. Initially, on the outset, it's always the devil is in the details, right? In the implementation of programs, and whether there will be sufficient funding in that effort to help make a difference, because it all comes down. I'm sure Ray would second me on this. It has to be economically viable, whatever those alternative practices that we are going to implement. They have to have a positive return. And they're probably not going to be a 12 to 15% return like Fortune 500 companies going to be required. But boy, if we can make 2 or 3% on our money, we'd be just tickled to death on a cover crop or a prairie strip or some new practice that we'd like to be able to monetize. And we're actually, I wanted to just mention too, one thing we did here 3 years ago is we did manage to get 3 crops in 2 years. And if we could essentially monetize that practice and that level of intense agriculture that utilized our digester, utilized our manure, utilized the materials that come out of our digester, I think that would be a great start. If we could add a 3rd crop in a 2-year cycle, I think that's going to be a big head start. And I know we can talk more about that later, but it really worked out for us and was a very, very successful effort.
And to kind of add to Brian's point here, we have an opportunity today that we didn't have 20 years ago. Today, we as associations, whether it's pigs, pork, or feather, we can go in and sit down with the IDNR, and we didn't used to be able to do that and have conversations. I look at our IDOLs, and I see Secretary Neg sitting out there. I mean, we have the stars have aligned. We can go to EPA in D.C. and we can have those conversations from across the table. We no longer yell and scream at each other. We talk about solutions and how it's going to affect each side and how we go through. So back to your whole point there, we have an opportunity here to be able to take these new ideas to this leadership, no matter what agency it is, and sit at the table and be able to visit about it and come up with a solution. And we didn't have that 20 years ago. So who's going to run with the ball?
Okay. Other comments?
Lois, I appreciate where this panel has gone. I am a little bit concerned that our conversation is under, okay, we've got a few problems now. Here are some things we can do to fix some of the problems we have now. we're not looking far enough into the future to say there are even some more serious issues, especially in the way of climate, that we need to face. But we've got to think about those, about how we're going to fix those, let alone trying to fix the issues we're dealing with right now.
How much time do we have?
You know,
Okay,
that's a good point. Can I speak to that for a second? You know, that's a good point, but we kind of know what we know, and we don't know what the climate's going to look like 30 or 50 years down the road. We have a pretty good guess. The science is telling us where it is. But we as producers kind of have to deal with what's right in front of us and then plan for that future. So it's a little bit hard for me to plan for something 20 or 30 years down the road. I probably won't quite still be farming then. I hope to be retired by then. But we let the science kind of lead us, but we have to deal with what's right in front of us today. What a farming system looks like 50 years in the future that will deal with the shifting corn belt, just you know, as the climate warms and we become more CO2 intensive, what are we going to have to do? I don't have the answer to that. So we look for the experts at Iowa State and other land-grant universities around the country to study those things. I know Cornell has done some work with what happens when the CO2 rises in the environment. How do the plants react to that? And then we take that and try to adapt it back into our operation. It's kind of hard to do until it happens. So I can't adapt for something that's not quite here yet either. I can plan for it. I can have an open mind to what shift that's going to be, but until it happens, it's kind of hard to get there for us.
Okay, thank you.
I have
Those
to
are
add-
actually.
Can I add one point to that, though,
Surely,
and then I'll
yes.
quit?
Okay.
The thing that's frustrating to me the most is it seems like the United States is going to fix climate change, and it's a world problem. And how do we bring the whole world into this? That's I think the question we've got to answer.
Oh, that's a good thing to end on or to start a beginning, right? I would like for all of you to join me thanking our panelists. And then, Ernie, are you going to segue us into the next sequence of where we're at? Ray? Okay.
Wow, thanks you guys. And, you know, it was a great conversation, and you talked a lot about innovation and research, and, you know, but we're all, you know, they're passionate about what they do, and it is a business for them, but they do care. Thank you. So, speaking of caring, and we haven't allowed Mac Nag to talk yet today. He had some things. He's the Secretary of Agriculture, you know, and he's got things to do. But we were really happy that he was able to come here later in the session and talk about what's going on with the Department of Agriculture, and give us a good cheerleader talk, Mike.
Thanks, Ray. You know, Ray, I got to admit that this year has been a little bit like, you know, I'll get invited to speak and it'll be the secretary is going to update us on the weather and the markets and the renewable fuel standard. And pretty soon, you know, we're all wanting to, let me get this, walk out into oncoming traffic. So anyway, I'm glad that you introduced me as giving a pep talk here. Well, it is good to be here. I apologize that I couldn't be with you for more of the day. We had a great day on the road. Started this morning early in Iowa City with the Iowa Organic Conference, 19th year of that, and then made our way down to Burlington to visit an ADM river terminal, and then back here to catch you all. So happy to do that. And I want to thank Ray for the invitation and for your leadership. Fred, thank you. Been a couple years, but good to see you. Welcome to Iowa. Ernie, Dean Robeson, thank you. Thank you for your leadership. I'm excited to have gotten to know the Dean well, and he's doing a fantastic job at Iowa State, and we're so thankful that they are engaged on such important issues. You know, it's been a challenging year, obviously. Crop progress report just out, 86% harvested on corn, so we still have a ways to go here, even as folks are trying to race to get done before weather and maybe even before the Thanksgiving turkey hits the table. So we know it's been a year that we'd like to put in the rearview mirror. Actually, I was reminded here recently that actually October of 2018 was when this all started with the weather, the wet weather, and continues to be a challenging year. Really, I'll keep my comments pretty brief today. I wanted to acknowledge the fact that I appreciate that you're all here. The fact that we even need to get comfortable with getting our heads around some pretty important topics and even how to talk about it in the agriculture community. You go a little deeper, and I think about the reality on farms across the state is that we need to figure out better ways and how to be resilient in the face of changing weather, and also to address that piece about sustainability, producing more, using less. And of course, the panel talked a lot about this, but the drivers around that, right? The economic drivers, potentially, we don't know what those are yet. But I'm excited about what that can mean. I'm especially excited about the nexus between nutrient reduction and what we're trying to do with Iowa's nutrient reduction strategy and our efforts there with nitrogen and phosphorus and carbon. And what is the linkage across those issues? And again, how do we pay for the adoption of practices at scale across the state? I do want to mention, by the way, what a great panel, including my friend Bill Kauser. You know, I don't compliment him in public very often. No, Bill's a good friend, but Dave and Brian and Bill, all great example of let me show you, let me show you. Open their doors, and that's not always easy. Now, I've heard this described here recently. I was at a cover crop field day, and there was a gentleman who was talking about some of the things they'd tried and failed at, and they tried this, and they amended, and they tried this, and that didn't work. And so I got up afterwards, and I said, thank you for sharing your mistakes. And he said, oh, I've never made a mistake. There's just a heck of a lot of things I don't do anymore. And I thought, there, I like that definition of that. And, you know, try and do something. And I think that's a great lesson that you heard these folks talking about is we're going to try. We're going to make some changes, and I appreciate that. I also want to recognize Dr. Justin Glisson. Justin, would you wave in the back there, state climatologist, doing a fantastic job for us. There's a nasty rumor going around that I have fired him 20 or 25 times this year. Okay, well, it's kind of true. I have. I say Justin lives or dies by his next 10-day forecast in my office, but we appreciate his, he's doing a fantastic job for us. Justin, thanks for being here. And if you want to know the weather forecast for next week, just hit Justin on your way out. You know, we've got a tremendous amount of data about Iowa weather. Of course, over the last 30 years, our data shows annual average temperatures increasing about 1/3 of a degree per decade. Annual rainfall, annual seasonal precipitation totals are increasing. We're seeing heavier rainfalls across the state of Iowa. Average final frost date is occurring 2 weeks earlier in the spring and 2 weeks later in the fall. So we've extended a growing season by several weeks. Warmer temperatures are causing more rain events in the spring and the fall. Of course, this makes it challenging for farmers to get started and for finishing harvest. And yet, we're making inroads in terms of sustainability. So you've probably all talked about it. And again, this is the bad part about coming in at the end of the day and not having sat here is I can't, you know, I don't know exactly what you all said. I assume you've talked about some of these things, but the EPA says agriculture, including livestock production, accounts for 9% of total greenhouse gas emissions. I see Kent is here with CAST, and you know, had a great CAST Communicator Award winner, the Greenhouse Gas Guru. Man, I have been following him on Twitter, and I love the information that he shares, and is a good example of how CAST recognizes truly great folks who are communicating about some pretty difficult, complex issues in ways that folks can get their heads around. I would highly encourage you to follow. So 9% of total greenhouse gas emissions in the United States, and yet we've increased production, and that level has essentially stayed the same. Fossil fuels are the largest contributor of greenhouse gas emissions. We cannot compare cows to cars. And so, again, back to those realities, right? We want to deal with the resiliency that is needed in terms of our farms and our farmers and the job that they do. We need to address that sustainability piece by producing more using less. And the other factor of sustainability, by the way, is income sustainability, right? To be able to be on farm and be able to do the things that we want to do is an important piece of that. I just like to remind folks that everywhere you look, agriculture is contributing solutions to this conversation. Corn and soybeans producing biofuels, wind energy, conservation practices of conserving natural resources. You know, Iowa is a leader in ethanol with over 4 billion gallons of ethanol, with 350 million gallons of biodiesel every year, 2.3 megawatts of wind power per million people. No-till farming increased 18%. The use of cover crops has increased 256% since 2012. That's according to USDA census. We've built 90 wetlands, nitrate-reducing wetlands. We've got 30 more that'll be built. 6 more through an EPA grant. This is when you work together with EPA to get things done. You know, I've said it many times, of course, if we're going to remain the productive state that we have been throughout history, it will only be because we take seriously the responsibility to protect the natural resources that have allowed us to do it, but also to adopt innovation, responsible use of technology as well. So, again, thanks for being a part of the conversation. We don't have all the answers. I certainly don't. We certainly don't at the department, and we are interested in partnerships and ideas and ways that we can link soil health, soil conservation, water quality with this conversation around climate as well. So our door's open. I would love to visit with you, with folks who have ideas about how to move us in the right direction. So thanks again, Ray. Thanks for all of you being here and for the opportunity to make a few comments. Thanks again.
Okay, so we're on to the final segment of the program, I think. Thanks, Mike. You know, you said a lot of the things that I had in my notes that people said today, so it's just like you were here all day. You know, but thanks. You know, you talked about partnerships. You know, and I like to say that, you know, when we work together, we all benefit. And we heard that message and that theme a lot today. So let's build on that as we go forward. So for the last few folks that are going on to be on the agenda today, Fred, would you come up? And Jerry, would you come up? And we'll have our closing comments. And I think, Jerry, you're up first. So please.
Because Ray knows that I can't sit and talk, and I can't keep my hands quiet either. Thanks, Ray and Ernie and Fred and Dan for putting this on. I think we've all had a wonderful afternoon in terms of sharing ideas and everything else. And I was struck by this as we had this conversation, and that's a fact that I think what we really have seen today is the idea of a new vocabulary. That we've got a new vocabulary and new thought processes, and I'll just highlight some of those. Is that part of this new vocabulary is how do we live with climate variation? How do we really live with this uncertainty of all the things that are going on? I think part of this new vocabulary, new thought process is how do we build resilience into this system? And how do we build a system that has less yield variation from year to year in all of this? Part of this also is in terms of ecosystem services. How do we really look at agriculture not only from an idea of production, but also in terms of water quality, air quality, pollinator habitat, social value, all those other things. When you look at the ecosystem services, it's very, very complex. But it's also where we need to really be thinking about this new economy of agriculture. How do we look at it from many different perspectives? The other piece of this in terms of this new economy and new vocabulary is that we now have to really start thinking about systems. It's not just about how we manage nitrogen. It's not how we manage water. It's how we look at the interactions between carbon, nitrogen, water, light, precipitation, pest, all those things that are going on that all you producers realize that you put up with for every day, but science is put into little boxes. And so when we start looking at this from a different dynamic, it really becomes how do we value these interactions. Part of this, and I'll throw a new term out that hasn't been brought up today, and that's ultimately what we're really dealing with is the genetic by environment by management interaction. And think about it from this perspective is management is what you producers oversee because the environment, this climate is what you're trying to overcome because genetics is what you're trying to optimize. And that becomes a really, really interesting puzzle when we have to start thinking about it. But also within that M is the sociology of what's it take to make management changes. And as the panelists we just heard from, sometimes there's relatives that are part of that sociology. Sometimes there's economy that's part of that sociology. Somehow it's tradition that's part of that sociology. So we're going to have to look at this whole world differently. But here is where our status quo is. The status quo is that we are slowly degrading our soil resources. If we look at where we're at today on a national basis, statewide basis, county basis, is that my contention is that we're still degrading our soil resources. We have pockets in which we've improved them, but on the whole, I think we're still losing ground, no pun intended, in terms of our ability to build a climate resilient system. Our yields are becoming more variable. We've done a lot of analysis of yield gaps and all of this, and we really have not closed that yield gap between where we're at today and our genetic potential. In fact, it's getting just a little bit bigger in a lot of cases. So we need to really look at how we begin to affect our system to be able to do this. And so there's two big challenges in this. First challenge is that relative to this climate variation is water management is going to become our #1 issue. How do we keep water where it's supposed to be? How do we put water through that plant? How do we keep water out of that stream? And all of this. And the next challenge is related to water, but in a little different perspective, is that we have a rapidly narrowing capability of workable field days in the spring and workable field days in the fall. And we never really calculated workable field days in the fall, but we're going to have to come back and do that. We see also workable field days in the spring from the 70s to the 90s actually dropped about 6 days in a 6-week period in April through mid-May. That's tremendous in terms of a change that's going on out there. And it's getting even worse. What we see is that there's a negative correlation of yield with April and May rainfall. The more it rains in April and May, the lower yields. We see a positive correlation between yield and July, August, September rainfall. And the climatologist just told you that we're going to get more in the spring and less in that summer period. So we can expect yields to begin to vary in all of this. So what we're going to see is that if we build a path forward in terms of resilience, that it has to start with the soil. That we have to improve our soil. We've got to put carbon into the soil. We've got to do all these things in terms of water management. But there's one other component we never talk about it. In addition to adding water infiltration, is that when we do all this in terms of resilience, we actually build improved gas exchange, oxygen and CO2 between the soil and the atmosphere. That stabilized aggregates in there is a major contributor to yield. So really we have to think differently in this overall system and how things are interacting in all of this. I'm just going to give you a real-life example because I've been working with Wayne for the past year on analyzing 17 years of data over 10 fields, and I have all the yield monitor data, and we've been slicing and dicing that in many different ways. And what we've seen in his practices in that northern part of Iowa where these things aren't supposed to work is that we have improved his yields. He's decreased his yield variation across all those years. He's improved his organic matter in all of this. He's made his system more resilient and more water use efficient because he's gotten a little bit more rainfall in all this climate change, but the rainfall hasn't increased as much as his yields have increased. So his system has become more water use efficient. It's become more resilient because he's not getting that stress because of lack of oxygen early in the spring. So he's seeing all these different things that contribute positively to this. So here's the challenges I'm going to leave you with, is we have to enhance our soil. The path to enhancing it is going to be relatively complex. It's complex from the standpoint of saying, how do we incentivize producers to realize that it's in their best interest to improve our soils? Does it take an economic aspect? Is it sort of a reward thing? Is it a regulatory thing? I think the path to building resilience relative to the soil is going to be challenging for us. We know what we have to get done. It's how do we begin to implement it as part of that process. We know, and we heard from Emily, that perennials are part of this potential solution. Extended rotations are part of this solution. We know that we can reduce our tillage. We can put cover crops in that. We can add livestock to that system. So what is this new era of management practices that we can put together that are a positive benefit to the soil as well as all the ecosystem that's out there? I think we're going to have to look at aspects like Bill talked about, where we do on-farm work so that we move away from really small plots to really looking at what happens on a field or landscape scale so that it becomes more rapidly transferable to a producer. So it really gets to the point of being able to say, here's in confidence where we can apply this. What does it mean for production? What does it mean for the environment in a sense in which we can really begin to look at this? We often get accused in terms of the climate aspect of being doom and gloom. But in reality, there's part of that doom piece because we don't understand all this variation that's going on there. But the opportunities exist in terms of building a new agricultural system, in terms of being able to capture value in ways that we hadn't thought about how we had value before. Value in terms of improved efficiency of production, improved capacity in terms of what we produce. Because here's the sobering statistic, is that from now until 2050, if we look at the increasing population, is that we're going to lose about 250 million acres out of production, just because we're going to have more people on the globe that take cities, roads, and all the other infrastructure. Those 10 billion people still want to eat, and therefore we're going to have to produce more per unit of land. So here becomes our opportunity of how do we produce that much more food on a diminishing soil resource and do all the things that we want to do. And there becomes our challenge, but also becomes a great opportunity to do that. So with that, thank you.
Well, good afternoon. I'll get my ugly thing off of this. There we go. I'll tell you what I've really enjoyed today. I really enjoyed the farmer panel. You got some good farmer leaders here, and that's what I want to talk about a little bit later. But I want to talk about a little bit about the global challenges. I mean, I do a lot of work on the international time with what's happening around different parts of the world. But one of the things that got me really interested in learning more about what we can do is, how do we feed these 10 billion people that Jerry mentioned by 2050? Well, there's only one way we can do that is we have to produce more with less on less soil. There's farmland conversion. You see development slowing down any? I don't think so. So we're going to be limiting the amount of land we have to use anyway. We're also going to limit some habitats for a lot of our different animals and things like that. Food production will have to double by 2050 on less land than we have now. So that's a big challenge. At the same time, we have all these increased weather events that are causing us to really, really shrink our time for planting and our time for harvest. We have decreased global biodiversity. There's lots of reasons why that's happening, and that's one of the reasons is because it's about managing risk. And right now, unfortunately, the best risk management tools are available growing corn and soybeans. Maybe we need to be growing some other things, but that's where maybe some new policy might have to come through. But I want you to understand, you guys are the big kahuna. Iowa is a leader. You're the biggest producer of corn and soybeans, and I know Ohio used to be the biggest producer of eggs, and now you guys kicked our butt, and you're way ahead of us. But and then also pork. Agriculture is Iowa, and so I just want you to understand how important you all are. And you know, our end goal is to make things more sustainable, more plentiful for production of food, feed, fiber, energy, and ecosystem services. And it has to begin here. Iowa's not alone. There's other states that have tried to start this process to find new ways to do it. We just finished a project in Ohio called Ohio Smart Agriculture, Solutions from the Land. We got a program going in Florida. Florida is another unique state, a big agriculture state. A lot of people don't realize it, but they're only second to California as far as diversity of types of crops they have. But they're big in the fruits and vegetables and specialty crops. But Iowa is famous for the main commodities. North Carolina, Mississippi, and California all have different state projects. And also, with our work with the Global Alliance of Climate Smart Agriculture, which you heard about earlier, and I'm the North American chapter chair, we're trying to figure this out on a global scale. How can we do more with less, and how can we do it with improving the soil as well? Simple way. This is my 2-minute speech, and that's climate smart agriculture. Climate smart agriculture should be the same no matter where you go in the world. It should all be the same. There's 3 different pillars. You know, you hear a lot of the international companies, and they're all wanting to reduce their carbon footprint. We're going to the COP25 meeting next week, and we're going to all hear about all the different countries that are doing their best to limit their carbon footprint. But agriculture has a very unique chance to be a real part of the solutions. There's 3 pillars for climate smart agriculture. The first one is productivity, and we call that sustainable intensification. Every farmer wants to be more productive. Every farmer wants to make more profit. To me, that's the way you get the farmer's attention. It's got to be an economic driver to make farmers change what they're already doing. The second pillar is adaptation and resiliency. And Jerry talked a lot about resilience. How do we get more resilience? See, how do you get more resilience in your soils? But how do you also adapt to this lower number of days we can plant? You know, I've said many times that when I grew up farming with Dad, why we had 2 months to farm or get stuff planted. You know, all the way through May and June, well, we could plant. We had 8 weeks. Today, if you don't get your planting done within 10 days to 2 weeks, you've missed the window, and you've missed the productivity. So the time is shrunk. So whether farmers admit it or not, we've been adapting all along. How many farmers in Iowa have the same kind of planter and production capability that they did 20 years ago? We all have bigger planters, we all have bigger combines, but that's how we have adapted. But then the neat thing, the third pillar is greenhouse gas reduction. And that's where it's best to look at farmers. If you do number 1 and number 2, automatically number 3 happens. And that's the succession. That's how you get farmers to talk about that. You have to start with an economic incentive to maybe change a different thing what you're doing. But you also have to adapt and understand, what kind of weather patterns are you going to be dealing with from now on. And if you do 1 and 2, then all of a sudden, you've got 2 ways you can reduce greenhouse gases. One with your carbon footprint by reducing trips over the field and be more efficient. But you can also, the big one is the sequestration of carbon in the soil by doing crop practices like no-till and using cover crops and things like that. So it's really important that we do those 3 things. If you do that, farmers will listen to you. But if you go and say you want to solve climate change, we're all individual business people, and we got to make money doing this. These are the 17 different sustainable goals that the UN has come up with, and we can follow them, and that's what we need to do to get more efficient, whether it's making the soil better, but also feeding everyone. If agriculture doesn't lead, others will, and that's a really important point. The best people we have to lead this charge is producers. I've been to these international meetings where the ministers get up and the first thing they say is, we have to understand that agriculture is broken. Is it? Everybody eats every day. Maybe we can do better things. Of course we can. We can be more efficient, but agriculture is not broken. Every system can be made better. But the other thing that they're looking for is ways to get rid of animal protein. And it was said earlier on the panel, and I really appreciate it, animal agriculture can be a significant part of solving the climate change problems. Because if you do rotational grazing, I could never understand why you couldn't understand, you take a very low quality product like grass and turn it into a high quality product like beef. And you're doing it on non-crop acres most of the time. So to me, if you do that, that's a pretty good story, but we have to get that story out. The other thing too is the problem is urgent, and we said that, we heard that in the panel, is we don't have all the answers today, but we have some of the answers. And that's why it's so important, and I really appreciate the scientific focus today, because we got to continue to research, and I appreciate the ARS and ERS labs, the climate hubs, and all the other folks that are in the research, because I don't think we know all the answers yet, and we're going to find the solutions that we haven't even thought about yet. So we have to continue to find research and apply it to what we're doing as we go, because we'll keep coming up with better solutions. We need technology. That's another thing. In the world conversations, technology is a bad thing, that we have to go back and raise crops like we did 40, 50 years ago. I'll tell you today, if technology is a big part of our adaptation, because we have genetics today. We had corn that was planted and it was saturated underwater for 3 days, and it still made it. That was unheard of a few years ago, but it is now. Soybeans the same way with these treatments we have. So technology and precision ag is going to be a big part of it. Innovation, things that we haven't even thought about, is going to be a big part of it. But again, we mentioned it today, we need lots of tools for the toolbox. Not everything will work on every farm. When I hear, different, I know on my farm, I got about 10 different soil types. I think we heard more soil types, even more than that today. But we need to have tools in the toolbox so anybody can take them and go with them, so we can mitigate the climate impacts. Whoops, I guess that was it. My point is, we need you all, and we need farmer leaders. One of the things that I got a chance to testify a couple of weeks ago in D.C. at the Chairwoman Castor, she's the chair of the House Select Committee on Climate Change, and these were non-farmer people that I was talking to, and one of the things they said was, "What's the one thing you can do to turn this thing around?" And I had to answer. I said, "Sir, there is no such thing as a one thing change, and we're all looking for quick and easy changes. We have to approach this on a systems basis. We got to put all these different changes together." And one of the things, as you talk to farmers, the most disheartening thing I ever hear is when you ask a farmer why you do a certain thing, and they say, "Well, that's the way we've always done it." That's not a good reason to do it. Every single farmer in every single town should be trying something that makes them a little uncomfortable every single year. That's how you find some of those things won't work, but some of the things will work, and some of the things you can learn that to do changes that would make them work. So we need farmer leaders to go out and make these changes to develop this, and take all of the science that research is telling us and try to integrate it in our system. But we need farmer leaders from Iowa. You know, Iowa's always been famous for having good farmer leaders in the commodity groups and Farm Bureau and things like that. We need 100 of those farmers that were on the panel today. Farmers learn from other farmers, and we hope that that farmers in Iowa will step up and let their neighbors know how they can do some things better, and then also share it with some other states. So again, the sky's the limit. I hope that Iowa growers can step up and be willing to share the good news and try new things, and we'll solve these problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. So some of my friends from Ohio say, well, Ohio has an I in it just like Iowa does. You know, we're always talking about the I states doing this and that. Ohio has an I in it too, you know. So anyway, so what did I hear today? You know, I heard a lot of things about, you know, about perseverance and adaptation and caring for what we do. But I heard that passion, you know, from our panelists that were here, you know, about agriculture and caring for the land and passing it on to those next generations in better condition than it was when they took over. And that's what we're about. That's what I'm about. I'd really like to, you know, there's a lot of you here that have been mentors for me and encouraged me to be a little more forceful in sharing my beliefs about agriculture and why we do what we do here. Neil Hamilton's here. You know, he's a neighbor, grew up a mile north of us, just retired professor of ag law at Drake University. Helped him with a lot of programs, and he helped me, you know, digest, you know, what I believed in and what I stood for, you know, and I believe you all are here because you're passionate about what's going on, you're passionate about agriculture, and you want to make a difference in the world. And that's what we're here about, is to make a difference so our next generations have the same, you know, ability to produce and grow and feed people that we did before. So, you know, smart agriculture to me is using practices that build soil health, protect the soil, clean up the water, and are profitable. And we heard all those things today, and we need to move forward. And the model, you know, that I think our message has always been is that when we work together, we all benefit. And I hope you leave with that idea, because many of us, you know, are involved with similar programs that are going on here. We talk about water quality and the soil health partnership from corn, you know, and all the practices that Iowa State University and Extension encourages. And we shouldn't be in silos. We need to talk with each other. We need to have a concerted effort if we're really going to accomplish what we ought to accomplish for ourselves and for our state. And that's the reason we're here. And that's the reason we held this forum. And I hope you stay involved with us. Dean Roberson, you know, we're a partnership here. And, you know, when we started meeting with you back in late July, I think, you know, you were all in on this, and we were really happy for that. You know, it's a great partnership, and you brought a lot to this meeting, and thank you for that. And thanks. And if you have anything to say, I'm glad to share that with you now. And if anything went wrong, I'd share that with you too. But Ernie and Kendall was part of our original team, you know. And, you know, without you, you know, you started out the first meeting at our place, and thank you. You really brought Iowa State and University along with us, and you brought a great team here today. So thank you, Kendall. Secretary Nag, I don't know if he's gone here now, but, you know, we need the Department of Agriculture. We need all the help we can get, and we need the legislators. We talk about enabling policy. You know, the water falls on all of us. The rain falls on all of us, and we all have a role to play, and we all have a responsibility. So let's go forward and stay in contact and share us with your ideas. You know, if you have anything that got missed today or you have some ideas, please contact us. We really want to make things happen. It's time. And time is important, right? Thank you.